improbable story providing a spotlight for what's possible. As the women say, medical journals and doctors at the time pronounced them the first separated twins to survive and thrive after their surgery at a Memphis hospital.
How high were the odds that you two would be living here to have this conversation with me today?
Probably zero.
Yeah, the odds of us surviving. But we were separated at 5 weeks old.
I thought it was 6.
It was 5.
Okay.
At 5 weeks old, we were separated.
5.5.
5.5.
The banter,
And there's the other corner. Okay.
indicative of a deep bond, best understood by those who share thoughts,
How often do you two finish each other's sentences?
A lot.
and often a comfortable grip.
What makes you want to grab each other's hands?
It's just natural. We can be going through something and sometimes we just laughing and talking.
For the two teachers of 30 plus years who grew up with 9 other siblings, a father who was a pastor and principal, and a mother who fervently supported education, family was the backbone of everything, even as they were told they'd never be able to have kids.
How many kids and grandkids do you have?
Together, we have 7 children and 16 grandchildren.
That even includes Lillian's great-grandchild, Kalani, part of a rich family tree stemming from these matriarchs.
Does that feel like a miracle to you?
Oh, of course it does. We're really walking testimonies.
A band of brothers, sisters, and cousins that could have been one more. But Lillian and Linda faced arguably their biggest hurdle decades ago, and they did so together.
She was pregnant, and I remember I just started feeling pain, and I started feeling just weird, just strange. And I told my husband, I said, "Doll having a miscarriage." And within 10 minutes, her husband called. She just had a miscarriage. And that was probably one of the toughest times, I think. That was one of the toughest, to feel her pain.
The tears they've shared and the love and support they've shown makes these two sisters and their story truly one of one. A ray of light for those parents who might be wondering about the health of their own babies.
What does your story symbolize for those folks?
Hope. That could be our twins. You have that healthy set of twins, and they can survive.
Incredible. Thanks, Sam. Up next, Craig Melvin's one-on-one with Grammy winner Amy Grant on her road to recovery after a life-changing biking accident. And later, popcorn and pretzels and peanuts. Oh my. Find out the most popular snacks in 2023. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Health and Wellness Today. Grammy winner Amy Grant has been performing for decades, but a serious bike accident put her career and her life on hold this past summer. The accident caused a brain injury and memory loss. But now Amy is finally ready to hit the road again, releasing new music in over a decade, and Craig Melvin recently caught up with her.
Amy Grant's career in music is like a dream. Discovered at the age of 15, she became a crossover star, winning over fans in Christian and pop music with smash hits like Baby Baby.
Baby,
She sold more than 30 million albums, won 6 Grammys, and earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. That dream was nearly shattered by a serious bicycle crash this past summer, here near her Nashville home. She hit a pothole and slammed into the pavement. She was unconscious for 10 minutes. Doctors said her helmet saved her life, but she suffered a traumatic brain injury and memory loss.
I wrote this long book. It was a spiral notebook, and I was just writing to remember. Writing, making sure I could remember everybody's name in my family, which I couldn't at first.
Song lyrics? Were you able to remember all of your song lyrics?
Oh gosh, no. The first time I was on
Amy Grant
stage.
couldn't remember her songs.
Yeah. So the first night of the Christmas tour, which is the first time back on tour, teleprompter, and I was on heels. I was like holding onto the piano. Before the show, I was like, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. And I work with so many great singers, and they're like, we got you, we got you.
She's made a lot of progress, but she's been told it could take 18 months to make a full recovery from the cognitive issues. How are we feeling as we sit here?
I feel fantastic. I mean, really, from 2020 on, I feel like I have to. If I were a car, I've made a lot of trips to the shop. And I feel like I'm emerging, like, I went, oh man, God, I've been like, I feel like a classic now. And actually sort of re-revved up in a really beautiful way.
In addition to the crash and heart surgery in 2020, Grant revealed to us that she had throat surgery to remove a cyst this past January.
Working with a vocalist, and she said, what is happening in your throat? Lean your head back. And I said, I know, it's like I've got an Adam's apple. It keeps getting bigger. Unbeknownst to me, I'd had a thyroglossal duct cyst.
After a quick recovery, Grant retreated to a small trailer in her driveway to practice singing. In doing that, she says, something amazing happened. Her voice is better than it's been in years. You are a woman of great faith. How has that helped you deal with all of this?
It's helped me not be afraid. And just to go, however this turns out, I believe I'm held by love, just like I believe that about you and everybody I meet.
With faith, love, and the support of her family, including husband Vince Gill, Grant is returning to the stage, set to kick off a 70-date tour. She's also gone back into the studio to record her first new music in 10 years. She even played one of 2 new songs for us called Trees We'll Never See. Grant will be playing her new songs for fans before they're released this spring, and she's hoping to write more while on tour. Amy Grant may have fallen, but it seems that she's landed in a better place. So the bike wreck has really led to this reinvention of Amy Grant.
To me, it's just been a great reminder that life is dynamic, people are dynamic. Nobody's all good, nobody's all bad. A circumstance is not all bad or all good. Even in the worst, awful, worst trauma, beauty and goodness are still present.
Thank you, Craig. Looking forward to seeing Amy back on stage. Coming up, an eye-opening look at the revolutionary tool making it easier to detect lung cancer. We'll be right back. We are back with more health and wellness today. There's new hope for the nearly 2 million Americans who will be diagnosed with cancer this year. The prognosis can be grim, especially when it comes to lung cancer. But advanced technology and early detection can produce life-saving results. Here's NBC's Dana Griffin with more.
Inside this Los Angeles County operating room called City of Hope, hope is exactly what they're trying to give patients with lung cancer. This comprehensive cancer center is one of the first on the West Coast to perform a robotic bronchoscopy.
Lateral, yeah, go lateral, not too far.
Here's how it works. Thoracic surgery chief Dr. Jay Kim threads a long, flexible camera that can navigate through even the tiniest branches of the airway.
This is telling me how far I am from the tumor.
Looking for the elusive cancer cells hard to detect on normal scans. Within minutes, this less invasive procedure can biopsy tissue later tested for cancer, putting patients closer to treatment to destroy the disease. The stats are sobering. More people in the U.S. die from lung cancer than breast, colon, and prostate cancers combined. What should people know about lung cancer?
There's a stigma attached to it. So when you hear someone has lung cancer, often the question is, well, did they smoke? Just because someone smoked doesn't mean that they deserve to get lung cancer. But also there are so many people who get lung cancer who have never smoked.
For women diagnosed with lung cancer, Dr. Kim says 20% have never smoked, and it's more likely to develop in African-American women, like 55-year-old Devon Swift.
Lung cancer is serious, and I didn't even know I had it.
She's a mother who has worked for American Airlines for 34 years, lugging pounds of baggage. Her 2021 diagnosis, her heaviest load yet.
I had an ongoing cough that just will not go away. And a very close friend of mine said, get dressed, I'm coming to pick you up and take you to the ER. I'm glad she did because they did an x-ray and they saw a spot.
She saved your life.
Oh my goodness, when you put it that way. She did, because the doctor said, in my case, they caught it early and normally it doesn't get detected until it's like stage 4.
But with the help of Dr. Kim and City of Hope, Devon's cancer was detected early, and now she's cancer-free.
If you look at cancers that are detected with lung cancer screening, over 90% of them are cured.
So there's hope there.
Absolutely.
Now Devon holds on to this hospital teddy bear she got when she went through treatment. A reminder that prevention can be the new cure.
What's your message to someone who may have a cough like yours?
Please just take the time out to go get checked. It will save your life. Trust me, it will save your life like it saved mine.
Early detection is also critical in the fight against colon cancer. It's the second most common cause of cancer death in the U.S. Board-certified colorectal and general surgeon Dr. Cedric McFadden recently broke down the different screening options. Take a look.
The American Cancer Society just releasing new numbers yesterday. Although there is a decline in colorectal cancer numbers, there's an increase in people younger than 55. Yeah. What explains that?
So the short answer is we don't exactly know what causes that. However, there are some things that we know can influence it. Obesity, poor eating, excessive alcohol use. But listen, I have some patients that are very healthy and still develop colon cancer, so it's not just that. I think it's something environmental that we have to expose as well, and how that can influence the gut microorganisms or the microbiome. But still, the jury's out on it, but a lot of research going into this exact topic.
Let's review some of the screening options, and we'll start with perhaps the most well-known, the gold standard probably, I would imagine, the colonoscopy, the old-fashioned colonoscopy.
Yeah. Well, most people think of it. When you think of colon screening, you think about having a colonoscopy, and it's a great test. It's very sensitive to find cancers and polyps, and it's done if average risk and if it's normal every 10 years. Okay. And that's really the really great part about this particular test. The advantages is this is one-stop shopping. Yeah. You're going to search, you're going to find, you're going to biopsy, potentially remove, all in the same session. Some of the downsides, as we've talked about before, are the prep. You do have to prep the day before. You do have to take time off from work. It's an invasive procedure, and there are some potential complications that you could have from the procedure, but still a great test.
So for people who, I've asked about this before, these at-home kits, I years ago thought they weren't as good, but it sounds like the technology has gotten a bit better, right, with these home kits?
Yeah, so there are some baseline rules we have to establish.
Okay.
First of all, that if the person has any family history of colorectal cancers or polyps, if they've ever had colorectal cancer or polyps themselves, or if they're having symptoms, the bleeding, change in bowel habits, belly pain, changes in weight, these are not the tests for you.
Absolutely.
You get the colonoscopy. This is not the test for you.
Okay.
But the home tests are great options, and there are a couple of different options. Obviously, we talk about the Cologuard. That's the test that tests for not only blood in the stool, but also abnormal cells in the stool. That is an at-home test that's done every 1 to 3 years. And its sensitivity approaches that of colonoscopy, almost 92%, which is pretty good. And it's done in your home.
Yeah.
So you're not taking time off from work. It's convenient. The downsides and some of the disadvantages is there is a false positive rate. According to Exact Sciences, the company that produces it, about 13%. And so for people that have a positive...
I'd still take those odds.
And those are still odds that we accept.
Yeah.
However, but for people who get a positive test, they come into my office as Dr. McFadden, do I now have cancer? I have to kind of pause and then say, well, let's do the colonoscopy. And some of that anxiety could be the disadvantage that we don't want to see.
What about the future of screenings, CT scans, blood tests? Where do you see it going?
So the CT colonoscopy or the virtual colonoscopy, that is what we currently have available in most places now. And most people like that because of the fact that it's fairly easy, right? You do have exposure to radiation, which is a side effect, and you still have to do a bowel prep, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable. But it is another potentially non-invasive way that you can be screened. And the blood-based testing, that is FDA approved, but not currently recommended by the United States Preventive Task Force. So potentially, as more research comes in, 5-10 years, that may be a different conversation that we could be having.
Doctor, who should be thinking about getting screened, and what should they be looking for as far as any sort of symptoms?
Right, so there are 2 ways in which we find colon cancer. Either the person has screenings or they have symptoms. Right?
If you have symptoms, is it too late? Or can you know what I mean? Like, I'm hearing about all these young people, young men, who are being diagnosed with colon cancer.
It's not necessarily too late, but it really means that something could be a little bit more advanced.
But how would they have known?
So we don't, because symptoms start and often they're disregarded. So we don't want people to ignore symptoms. And we also don't want people to wait to have symptoms. We want people to be screened. We want screenings to begin at the age of 45 or sooner if you have a family history or if you're high risk. And additionally, regardless of your age, if you have symptoms, get a test.
All right. Dr. Cedric McFadden, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Health and Wellness Today continues after the break. We are back with more health and wellness today. And now we're talking hair health. My fellow third hour co-hosts and I recently spoke with plastic surgeon and hair loss specialist, Dr. Michael Wolfeld. He shared his advice for taking care of your hair and what to do if you are starting to lose it. Take a look.
This is a hot topic.
It's a very hot topic.
All right, so let's first start with, even just breakage.
Right.
'Cause I guess before you get to those other things, just how do you protect the hair that you have? Let's talk about that.
Right, so different things may damage your hair. And here's some very important things to keep mind of. So if you're gonna brush your hair, be gentle.
Yeah.
Anything too rough or strenuous can maybe damage and break your hair.
And, there's a thing going around where they're telling girls if you want your hair to be longer, thicker, to brush it. And so kids are just brush, 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 brush. And adults are brush, brush, and you're making it worse.
That's right.
Yeah.
Overbrushing can be harmful.
Okay.
You want to avoid tension on your hair, so any tight hairstyles are no good.
Yep.
Avoid any very hot treatments. Hot hair blowers are not very good. And if you have split ends, it's good to trim them so they don't propagate and affect the rest of your hair strands.
Okay, so now let's talk about with Craig, thinning.
Yeah,
That's a
thinning. Chanel just mentioned it. Thinning, shedding as well. Some folks, you're in the shower, you look down on the drain, you get a little concerned. At what point should you actually go and see a doctor like yourself?
Yeah, so if you notice your hair thinning and you losing more hair falling out, that's a good time to come in and see a specialist and to see what may be causing that. Now, genetics is one of the most common causes of hair loss.
Is it true? I feel like years ago I heard that if you lose your hair, or if your mother's father was bald, then there's a great chance that you're going to be bald. Is there any truth to that, or is that a myth?
That's not true. That's a myth. So it can come from either side of the family. So you really have to look at both sides of the family to see where you may fall.
So besides genetics, what else contributes?
Yeah, so there's stress. Any stressor on your body, whether it's recent procedures or illnesses, can cause a shedding of hair. There's autoimmune diseases that can cause your hair to fall out, and also vitamin deficiencies. That's something that you should be aware of as well.
Certain blood work that folks should be asking for when they go see their doctors?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we look at vitamin D, iron, zinc, but especially hormone levels may be important, especially for women, young women and older women. Thyroid deficiencies or overactive thyroid, that can also cause hair loss as well.
Okay, I've already learned a lot, Mr. Wilkers.
Al needs to learn.
Well, yeah, the basic. You see, God only made so many perfect heads. The rest are covered with hair. So you got to take care of your scalp, right?
That's right. That's right. So taking care of your scalp is really important. So just in your daily life, from the products you may use, from sweating, from just grime from the environment, may build up in your scalp. So you want to really cleanse your scalp.
Right.
You may want to exfoliate your scalp. Massaging can help to really clear your scalp.
Do you really need all those fancy shampoos and stuff? Can you just, what's the deal?
Really, just a simple shampoo that cleanses your scalp and you can massage your scalp. There's a lot of things available over the counter in the office. We have something called, it's a hydrofacial, which is a facial for your scalp that can, it's a Keravive treatment that can really cleanse the scalp, exfoliate it, and really get your scalp looking and your hair looking much nicer.
All right, thanks.
All right. Do you hit a point where it's too late, or is regrowth a possibility?
So when we talk about regrowth, if you have hair and it's thinning, there are options and treatments that can really help to thicken your hair and help to preserve your hair.
Okay. What kind of treatments are there?
So there's some over-the-counter treatments and there's some in-office treatments. So over-the-counter, there's hair supplements. One example is Nutrafol, which is a, this is it right here. It's an over-the-counter vitamin supplement.
Oh, so you ingest it?
You ingest it.
Yes.
It's oral, it's all natural, and it's you can get over the counter and it can work. There's also Rogaine, which is minoxidil. That's over the counter
for men
as well.
and women.
For men and women.
Okay.
It's a topical solution or foam. They also have now oral minoxidil that is a prescription pill. The oral is off-label, but it may help. So if you're someone that may have other medical illnesses such as heart problems, blood pressure, check with your doctor beforehand.
Then there's injections too.
There are. So there's what's called PRP, which is platelet-rich plasma injections. That's really a treatment.
Works.
Yeah, it's a treatment in the office, and it uses your blood and the growth factors from that, and it can really help to thicken your hair.
Thanks, Dr. Wofeld, for those recommendations. Now to the moment we've been waiting for. Who doesn't love a good snack? Self Magazine just released their annual Pantry Award winners. They tested more than 400 items, and here are some of their picks for the best snacks to try in 2023.
We picked the best of the best that we're super excited to share today. They cover a bunch of different categories. So you've got the pasta and
Starting
sauce
with pasta,
here.
right. So this is pasta and sauce, the number one, number two pairing in the world.
Yeah, and part of our goal with this is just, having a healthy pantry is a stocked pantry. So having food in there for busy weeknights, when you're tired, you're busy. This is a great one. We've got this plant-based pasta, Zen B. It's made with yellow
pasta,
peas.
right?
It's gluten-free.
Delicious.
It's got a lot of protein, and it holds up to sauce, which a lot of gluten-free pasta will get mushy really quickly. This doesn't. And then we've got the Rao's tomato tomato sauce.
Well, you can't get in there, so at least you can make it
You
at
can have
home.
the taste at home. It's a legendary New York City eatery. It's so good. It's really hearty texture that feels really filling with just 8 ingredients.
Okay, granola. I mean, there's so many out there.
There's so many.
But Bob's Red Mill is
Bob's,
the winner?
it was like a grocery store, a staple. We were really excited to see them take home the top prize.
Thank you.
Really delicious. It's got a really great balance of sweet and salty, and you can find it everywhere, which is also a huge bonus.
Let's see here. That is yummy.
Really good.
Okay, what are these balls?
These are the these are the Fruz balls, which everybody's been peeking at because they look so unusual. But they're basically kind of like an energy or protein snack, but in a ball instead of a bar.
And they're frozen?
They can be. You can have them room temperature as well. These got rave reviews from our testers. People also really liked the packaging. They store really nicely, and they come in a lot of great flavors. So we've got chocolate hazelnut, PB&J. Yeah, they're very few ingredients. Like they're kosher. They're really delicious.
Okay.
Plantain.
So if you're in the mood for something a little saltier, we've got 2 great chip options. So the first is these plantain strips. Again, the texture is really great if you're dipping in guacamole or just having with a sandwich. They hold up really well. Family-owned business, which is also really nice. And then
this is another family-owned
Yes, it is. And another, just a great brand and a great potato chip that comes in a ton of really interesting flavors. So you've got chipotle barbecue, chili lime, but then also just a classic sea salt or salt and vinegar. Great for a party or just, to bring to
Their
a family
tortilla
gathering.
chips are terrific.
That's what I've heard too.
Allie Markowitz, our producer, just said, TV bites, guys. Stop eating so much.
Too bad you're not down here, Allie. We're eating.
She wants them too. All right, pretzel sticks.
These pretzel sticks, everyone basically was like, if you want something that has seasoning and a little kick, but you don't want your mouth to be on fire, this is your choice. Again, another great one to bring to a party, set out for family. Yeah, just really great flavors.
This is really good.
There's popcorn. I see there's popcorn everywhere.
Oh, yeah, the Lesser Evil popcorn was another one. So we tested these over the holidays, so a lot of people were able to share them with their families and get their feedback as well. And this one, every tester was saying, I set this out, a bowl out, it was gone by the end of the gathering. People loved this. So, again, comes in really great flavors, but just like a classic sea salt.
And what do you
so
think makes
good.
this popcorn so good?
Well, it's air popped, so it's got that lightness, and then they flavor it with ghee, coconut oil, just a touch of Himalayan pink sea salt, but then also you can get more interesting flavors if that's your fancy.
Oh, that is
How many people did you have testing all of
We had 40 people total. So we had registered dietitians, enthusiastic home cooks, because that's who this is for, and then self-editors.
So
I volunteer to do the next one. This is fun.
Yeah, we'll hit you up because we got a lot of products to test, so it was really fun.
Thank you
Good
so
to see you,
much.
Rachel. Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Sounds delicious. And that wraps up this episode of Health and Wellness Today. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Chanel Jones. Catch you next time on Today All Day.
That's a beautiful piece of chicken.
Well, thank you.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen. Comfort food. From a decadent cheeseburger to a sky-high layer cake, or my favorite, my mom's spicy, warming dal. Usually these indulgent eats aren't exactly vegan friendly. Even many traditional dal recipes are often prepared with ghee. But these days you can easily ditch the dairy and you won't even miss the meat with new plant-based takes on traditional comfort foods being served at restaurants all across the country. In Portland, I'm meeting a chef making crunchy fried chicken without the bird. And in New York, I'm sampling a Big Apple staple, cheesecake. But this one happens to be raw and vegan. But first up, I'm heading to Los Angeles, my hometown, to visit a popular fast food chain serving up show-stopping burgers without the beef. Growing up in SoCal, there was nothing more comforting than grabbing a burger by the beach and cruising down the Pacific Coast Highway. Monty's Good Burger in LA is recreating that iconic experience for a plant-based generation. Everything here, from a melty cheeseburger to fully loaded fries, and even their creamy milkshakes is totally vegan. Lexi Jarris is the co-founder of the up-and-coming chain.
What inspired you to start this place? I and my partners, it was a time in the vegan space in LA where there wasn't just a really good casual vegan burger. I felt like in order to get that fix for a burger, I had to go somewhere with white tablecloths and like you had to be waited on.
In 2018, Lexi founded Monty's with Bill Fold and Nick Adler. Lexi and Bill both work in the music industry. He's a festival producer, and Lexi is a creative consultant for Coachella. Nick brought the culinary chops as a former food director for music festivals.
I think because we all come from music, when it came time to like market and brand and like strategize how to grow, we were all coming at it from such like a non-traditional viewpoint.
The Monty's team runs their business differently from many restaurants. They focus on creating digital buzz with celebrity milkshake collabs, pop-ups at festivals, and lots of merch. While Monty's now has 5 locations and millions of burgers sold, they make more money from their swag, like hats, t-shirts, and mugs, than the food. The star of said merch and the brand's namesake is Lexi's adorable schnoodle mix.
How did Monty become the mascot? He's lucky. He's a lucky pup.
He's very lucky. He was found essentially on the streets of Riverside, which is kind of nuts. We looked for his owners. They were nowhere to be found. So after a few weeks, I was like, this is my son now. But it really kind of goes to show like the playfulness and like the headspace we were in when we started Monty's. Do work a lot with animal rescues now, and that is kind of something that's like in our ethos. We care a lot about animals, obviously, but not just eating less of them, but also giving some like fluffy guys and then around the LA area homes.
Monty's is dedicated to getting pets adopted, from dogs to cats and even guinea pigs. But their main mission is to change how people see vegan food.
I think what's really interesting is that there is this stigma and this stereotype that vegan food has to be super healthy, right?
When I first became vegan, a lot of my friends that aren't vegan would have dinner with me and they would leave and be like, I'm still hungry. I hate when Lexi picks the restaurant. I think if you come here, I highly doubt that someone will leave here, still being hungry. It's lots of tots, lots of shake, lots of burger. To me, I feel that anytime someone is eating a plant-based meal instead of a meal that has like dairy, meat, whatever, that's just kind of a win for like the animals, the planet, their health, all that good stuff.
I love that. Tell me about the future of Monty's. Where do you want to take this?
Yes, honestly, like the sky's the limit. Like I don't want to say too big, but we're all definitely thinking like as big as America wants us to be.
Amazing. I'm so hungry now. I want everything. I will order every single day.
Monty's Good Burger is reimagining fast food for a new era. Co-founder Lexi Jarris introduced me to Gemma Kessler, the chain's operation manager. Gemma trains new chefs on how to cook the entire menu, which includes a plant-based chicken sandwich and fully loaded fries. And she's teaching me how to make the restaurant's signature item.
Okay, Gemma, you are going to show me how to make the Monty's Good Burger.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Making a Monty's burger isn't all that different from prepping a beef patty. First up, Gemma oils the grill so the impossible patties don't stick.
And then we're going to smash those patties down. So I am going to use both spatulas and really get that squeezing out the edges there, as you can see.
Nice.
Number 1, number 2.
Perfect.
Awesome. And now we're gonna have those just crisp up and cook on one side, and then we're gonna flip them. Flip it!
Check that out. Good thing I didn't screw that up on camera.
Right.
Next up, 2 slices of vegan cheese.
And now I'm gonna have you spray a little bit of water on the outside there, creating some steam.
All right.
Perfect.
Nice. That's gonna get all melty and delicious.
Cheesy,
We love
delicious. Next, we're going to raise this and add some grilled onions.
My favorite. This is like your entire store of grilled
Amazing.
onions. All right.
Perfect. Perfect. All right.
And that's
That is
it.
ready to go.
To finish the burger, we get the perfect toast on our buns.
See you later.
Time for the Monty's house bread. It's similar to a Thousand Island sauce. And what burger is complete without a pickle?
3 juicy house-made pickles.
Now the patty meets the bun.
To your bottom
This
bun.
is the best part of my day. Okay. This is going straight on here.
There you go.
Feel like I'm hired. I don't want to be forward, but okay.
I think you might be. This is the final step though. This is the important part.
Okay.
To build it all together.
All right.
Yeah, but you're gonna fold that forward. Gorgeous.
Okay, I am so excited to eat this. I want to try everything else on your menu. Should we go find Lexi?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, I'm so
Ready?
excited.
Cheers.
Ready? Cheers. Okay. I can't.
It's as good as you remember.
It's better. This is so insane.
Because it has your touch.
Lexi, what does it mean to you to have this amazing and plant-based contribution to California burger culture?
This is our Culver City location, so this is definitely our most family-friendly location. We have customers that like come in strollers with their parents, obviously, and they get like pins and stickers and things like that. But like these kids are gonna grow up with us around the corner from us. I think that's so just like brings me a lot of joy.
Especially growing up in California, and this was such a big part of my culture, like getting a burger whenever going to the beach, and I feel like I can have that experience again in a plant-based way. So thank you and cheers.
It means the world. Thank you so much.
Have to take a picture,
Please.
because this just feels right.
We love photos around here.
Cheers.
This juicy burger had me craving more comfort food. So I'm off to Portland, where one vegan chef with a unique story is putting his own twist on Southern soul food. Portland, Oregon is one of the best cities for plant-based living. From vegan donuts in every flavor imaginable, to the world's first all-vegan barbecue joint. There is no shortage of delicious veggie-forward fare here. One of my favorite spots is Dirty Lettuce, a vegan soul food eatery helmed by a chef breaking barriers.
This is very visually impressive. Like, this literally is taking me back to like a KFC bucket.
Yes.
Alkebulan Morosky is the chef and founder of Dirty Lettuce.
How do you feel like you're making vegan food more accessible, more equitable, something that is digestible, no pun intended, to a wider audience?
I feel like a lot of the vegan industry for a long time has had this very, very heavy focus on like making it as healthy and holistic as possible. And that is very important, but it's like there's a reason why McDonald's is like the colossal juggernaut it is, because sometimes people just want to be able to eat something greasy and delicious and feel good in their stomach.
Alkebulan's soul food recipes are rooted in the Southern cooking traditions from their hometown of Jackson, Mississippi.
You grew up in Mississippi, pescatarian, so eating a lot of veggies, no meat. Can you talk to me about what that was like, especially in the South, a very meat-heavy culture?
Yeah, it was one of the things that made me want to do this. Was I spent my whole childhood in the South, like surrounded by lots of fascinating cuisine, like gumbos, etouffees, and whatnot. I remember always wanting to be able to try and enjoy these different foods and never really having the opportunity to, until I decided to just do it myself. For instance, it means like cookouts are a really, really big thing in the South. And if you don't eat a lot of animal products, then you generally can't really go and engage with them to the same extent everyone else can.
Growing up in the South was challenging in different ways for Alkebulan, who is biracial and identifies as gender neutral.
Did you feel like you had a sense of belonging growing up?
I definitely don't really describe myself as a very masculine person, but being a person that most people ID as just like a black man when they see me meant that there was a lot of intense pressure to like put on a performance of masculinity that just wasn't me at all.
And I wonder, was that a reason why you started cooking? Was it a way for you to find a sense of belonging in any way?
I did really enjoy when I first started messing around with these recipes in the South was being able to go to people who I'd known for years and were very, very against just like general vegan cooking, or like, I need my meat. And being able to come up with something and feed it to them and have them actually enjoy it and be able to go like, okay, this didn't come from a dead animal, but I'm actually enjoying my meal.
Alkebulan's mother, who is also a vegetarian, taught them how to cook.
And there were always tons and tons of cookbooks all over my household.
They loved working with Seitan and started developing a line of plant-based meats after college. But in 2019, a new law was proposed in Mississippi that changed Alkebulan's career path.
I'd already been devising recipes to move somewhere else for quite a while, and then the Mississippi legislature decided they were going to introduce a bill that would actually ban the labeling of any plant-based product as any kind of meat.
While the law ultimately was halted in court, it was a signal for Alkebulan to pack their bags and head west.
Why did you choose Portland?
So I actually had a marvelous opportunity here. So I started off in Portland in a vegan food pod. So it was like supposed to be the first vegan food pod to appear in the US.
That pod was Shady Pines Food Court, the country's first all-vegan food cart park that opened in early 2020. While Shady Pines shuttered a year later, it helped introduce Alkebulan's food to the city's vibrant culinary community.
I was definitely very well received, and I got to be part of the publicity of like a vegan food pod, all vegan.
1 year after launching their cart, Alkebulan was able to open a brick-and-mortar spot in 2021. Here, the chef experiments with new Seitan meat swaps for southern staples like pork ribs and catfish.
I think in a lot of restaurants, if you go and order 3 different things made of seitan, you're going to get roughly the same seitan prepared in different ways. But I actually make a point to have like a completely different protein blend for each different fake meat that I do.
Speaking of all this food, I'm starving. I'm not gonna lie, I caught a glimpse of that fried chicken, and I think I might need it.
Ooh, how about if we get back to this kitchen?
I'm ready, let's do it.
All right.
You make your iconic fried chicken out of seitan. Can you tell me about what seitan is and how you make this delicious chicken?
Oh yeah, so seitan is essentially, it is a mass of pure wheat gluten protein. Actually, you would make it by just like taking regular wheat flour and washing it until you have like a sticky protein left over. But these days you can just buy like the dehydrated gluten on its own, which is what we have here, mixed with a whole bunch of different spices.
Alkebulan adds a liquid mixture to the wheat gluten. This is the secret behind the different meat textures.
Yeah, and the idea that depending on how much like oil, fat, and water you have in your wet blend, you're gonna end up with a different final product of your seitan.
The next step is similar to making bread. The seitan and liquid mixture are kneaded together.
Like it doesn't feel like dough.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like something that has a lot more texture and pull to it.
Yeah, the weird pseudo dough.
It's very much a pseudo dough.
The dough transforms into seitan after simmering in veggie stock. After the seitan cools, it's cut into fillets and soaked overnight. Then the seitan is ready to be breaded and fried.
Here is the chicken. A major thing for me with all my seitans is I try to deliberately make them as irregular as possible. Because if you get like an actual piece of meat from an animal, it's not going to be a uniform disc.
Right.
The process starts with a healthy sprinkle of cayenne. Then, just like a regular dredge, it's covered in flour and a secret spice mix. The egg-free wet mixture is where things really get interesting.
Oh yeah, so this is just a blend of mustard, water, a little bit of cornstarch, and my house spice blend.
I love that. Mustard, why mustard?
You'll see it sometimes in like old southern fried chicken recipes, but it's not nearly as common as you'll see just like your standard egg or buttermilk wash. It's not as much a flavor thing as like a texture thing. Mustard is kind of acidic in a way that reacts with your breading. So yeah, going from there, we get right over into our second dry bath. And from here, we get pretty weird with it. This is where we're actually building that texture of the chicken by hand.
How do you do that? You just kind of...
Yeah, so we start by just sort of coating chicken and coating our breading on there, getting a nice pasty, goopy mix. So yeah, that's how it's like, looks like very rough and all over the place, but that's roughly what a piece of chicken is gonna look like before we fry it.
Wow.
It's like very rough, very lumpy. Yeah, well, check that out.
Oh, how cool. Do you trust me to make one?
Absolutely.
Okay. For my contribution?
Yes. Oh, beautiful. All right, so we get these into some oil.
Okay, oh yes, let's do it.
The seitan chicken fries in canola oil until it's golden brown.
I loved my fried chicken, and then I went plant-based, and I never had fried chicken, so this is an exciting
That's my
moment.
goal. It's like let people have all the tasty things they ate growing up and not feel guilty about it.
Right, how's
We're
it
probably
looking?
just about ready to pull this up. That is looking pretty happy. That's definitely like the go-to signature is just getting those proper flakes.
Wait, do you hear this? You got that?
I think you eat with all of your senses, right?
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
All right, going for it. Stop. Like, I know you know this is good, but
That's usually the response I go for.
it's so
thank
good. Like, oh my God, I can't even speak. The breading is insane. It literally tastes like chicken.
One of the things I realized as I started messing with more and more vegan meats is that a lot of what people associate with a lot of traditional meats that they've eaten is not actually the protein itself, but just the way it's prepared.
Right. Cheers, this is delicious. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for joining.
But as delicious as Alkebulan seitan is, their bigger goal is making vegan food more approachable.
How do you think that you're making vegan food more equitable?
A lot of people, it's like vegan food in general, I think is still a bit overpriced in most markets. Well, honestly, a big thing for me is I try to make sure that if I offer any product on my menu, I can make sure I can provide people with like a big hefty portion size and not charge them $35 for one meal.
Up next, a Brooklyn sweet shop that's ditching the dairy in creamy cheesecake. Simply Sweet, a vegan dessert shop in Brooklyn, specializes in raw desserts. That means nothing on the menu is heated above 104 degrees, so you won't find any ovens in here. Opened in 2019, Simply Sweet makes treats that are free from gluten and refined sugar. You'll find anything here to satisfy a sweet tooth, from chocolate bars to creamy cakes and fruity acai bowls.
Because I love sweets, everything sweet. I love desserts and caramel and fruits, everything sweet.
Olesia Mirposhoyeva is the owner and head pastry chef. She moved to the US from Russia in 2012. After landing in New York, Olesia quickly got her start in the food industry at Juice Press, then a fast-growing smoothie and organic food chain with a celebrity following.
I fell in love with their food and smoothies and juices, and when I got there, it was like different world, because I've never heard about some ingredients like maca powder, goji berries. I'm like, what?
Olesia also worked as a line cook at a private school in Manhattan. That's where she truly fell in love with cooking, whipping up delicious baked goods for the students. When Olesia became a mother a few years ago, she decided to start an eatery of her own. Can you tell me about why you started Simply Sweet?
When I was pregnant, I was thinking how I'm gonna feed my baby when he's born. And when he was growing up, and then he started to pick food from my plate, I thought I'm gonna give him a piece of broccoli, but when I look into my plate, I see like slice of pizza, you know, with sausage, pepperoni, lots of cheese. I'm like,
I don't want to feed my kid this.
Yeah. And then I realized I have to start from myself, to change myself, change my everyday eating habits, so I can be an example for my son.
Her first step? Lots and lots of research.
I'm not a professional chef, so I'm self-taught, and I go to Google every time when I have a question. I took some courses about chocolate, how to make chocolate at home, how to make raw vegan desserts and vegan desserts, not only raw. Yeah, I use Instagram a lot because I follow bloggers and recipe creators. I always try stuff at home. I love to feed my family, and here they feedback, good feedback.
After 3 years of running Simply Sweet, being a mom is still Olesia's top priority.
And I have a son, he's almost 6 years old, and he likes my dessert. He's a big fan of chocolate. He likes chocolate truffles, chocolate cake. So I try to keep him healthy.
You must be the most popular mom in town. Like, do you bake everyone's cake? Or no bake? I keep saying bake, but really there's no baking involved.
I don't know. I would say, yeah, maybe I'm pretty famous here.
I had to learn the secrets behind Olesia's unique treats. So she taught me how to make her favorite item on the menu, lemon blueberry cheesecake.
It's super easy, and literally everybody can make it at home.
You're not dealing with an oven. You're sticking it in the freezer, you're letting it set.
Yeah,
it's a lot. Yeah, it's like low maintenance as well.
Yeah.
First, the hazelnuts go in, then shredded coconut. And my favorite sugar alternative, dates. I love dates. It's like a part of my life and brand.
Yeah.
The mixture is blended in a food processor for 2 to 3 minutes. So what should the texture be like, you know, when we know it's done?
Yeah, it usually changes the color.
Okay.
And it's like
a little darker.
Wet.
Yeah. The pie crust is then firmly pressed into a mold. The sticky dates help bind the raw ingredients while the base freezes for about 15 minutes. The crust is in our freezer.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do next?
So now we are going to make our cheese part.
First in, soaked and drained raw cashews. Soaking the cashews makes them easier to blend and ensures a creamy, smooth consistency.
Our house-made coconut milk.
I love that you make your own coconut milk. So how do you make it?
We just mix coconut butter and filtered water.
Coconut butter.
Nothing
Cool.
else.
I love that. Very minimal. Next up, maple syrup, vanilla extract, lemon juice, and melted coconut oil. Okay, so you've melted and cooled that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's already melted, and we use coconut oil so it stay firm. And when you take the cake out of freezer, it doesn't fall apart.
The mixture is blended until it's totally smooth with no lumps. Can you believe this creamy filling is completely vegan?
Okay, it's perfect. So now we're gonna put it in the freezer for like an hour.
Okay.
And then we're gonna do our blueberry layer.
Amazing. See you later. To the remaining cashew mixture, we add frozen blueberries and then blend again. With the fruit, the mix transforms into a stunning purple. Love
Look how
it.
beautiful.
Very
I love this gorgeous
creamy.
color.
It's so pretty. Wait, we have to show them this color.
Sure.
Check this out, everyone. Look at that. The first layer freezes for an hour before adding the blueberry flavored cream. Alessia was prepared with a fully frozen, half-finished cheesecake for me to polish off.
Gorgeous.
And then to the freezer it goes?
Yeah, to the freezer for about 5 hours.
Okay.
Then it will be ready.
And it'll be worth it. Those
Yeah.
5 hours will be worth it. All right. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait 5 hours.
So this is how it looks like.
Yay, it's so pretty.
And we're gonna unmold it.
Okay. After unmolding, the cheesecake gets a final decoration, shavings of Alessia's house-made chocolate. So how long would you wait for it to thaw before you start slicing it to serve?
We will leave it at room temperature on the table for about 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
And then we can cut it.
Well, luckily, you're very prepared. You have slices for us, so can we taste?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So excited.
Here we go.
Look how pretty they are. This spoon is really fun. Wow. It's so delicious. You know, cake is such a comfort food for so many people, and a lot of people don't think they can have this healthier, delicious, decadent options. What are your favorite customer reactions from people who maybe haven't tried this before?
Most of them don't realize our dessert doesn't have eggs and flour, and they're like, wow.
Yeah.
They can't believe it.
This is so fun to make it, and I will be eating this and taking it with me. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With innovative techniques and lots of imagination, modern chefs are turning classic meals and treats into plant-based comfort foods everyone can enjoy.
Hey there, Craig Melvin here, in for Hoda, and thank you so much for joining us on Today All Day. Today is National Inspiring Joy Day. Seriously, that's exactly what we like to do here on The Boost. So coming up today, Donna Farazan's going to have a surprise that is sure to bring some joy to a deserving couple. But first, Kristen Welker has your front row seat to one of spring's most beloved spectacles, the cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., and the story behind them is just as beautiful as the spring icon itself.
It's dawn, and already people are gathering to see the majestic cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., an annual tradition that draws people from all over the world. But how these trees got here, still a mystery to many.
Do you know whose idea it was to bring the cherry blossoms here?
No idea.
It has something to do with Japan and a gift.
They were a gift from Japan, right?
A gift from Japan, yes, but whose original idea was it? A little known fact until now.
Whose idea was it to bring Japanese cherry trees here?
It was definitely Eliza Sidmore's original idea.
You'd be forgiven if you've never heard of Eliza Sidmore. She doesn't get high billing in the history books. But Diana Parcell is now telling Sidmore's story, a post-Civil War journalist turned travel writer.
Found out she was an early newspaper correspondent in Washington, and that was amazing for a woman in the 1870s.
That tenacity took Sidmore all over the country and world, Alaska, China, Java, and beyond, becoming the first female writer and photographer for National Geographic. But it was a trip to Japan that became transformative.
She is struck by the cherry trees.
There was this ritual called Hanami, where the Japanese come out every spring and stroll beneath the trees in this spirit of fellowship and humanity and joy. That's the experience she wanted to create in D.C.
Sidmore saw great potential for her hometown, where the Washington Monument and the area around it was still under construction.
You are describing her as a visionary.
She was a visionary.
As soon as Sidmore, only in her 20s, got home, she asked top officials to bring some of Japan's cherry trees to Washington.
What was the response she got?
They listened to her, and then they ignored her.
But Sidmore was determined, and she kept asking for the next 24 years.
What kept her going?
It was her personality, and she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Finally, in 1909, Sidmore found an ally in the White House, writing a letter to First Lady Helen Taft.
Mrs. Taft immediately took up the idea, and from this point on, the two of them worked together to make it happen.
With that powerful partnership, it didn't take long for Tokyo to agree, sending 2,000 trees to the U.S. But there was a problem.
They were all infested with a variety of pests, and they said these are a risk to U.S. agriculture. They have to be destroyed. And so all 2,000 of those trees were burned.
Japan was undeterred, this time sending a whopping 3,000 trees. In 1912, Mrs. Taft invited Sidmore to a small ceremony to plant them.
I can't imagine the sense of satisfaction she must have felt. I think it must have been tremendously gratifying for her.
Now, nestled deep in the tidal basin, some of the oldest trees dating back to Sidmore's era.
Gnarled, twisted trunks, missing bark. They're really not much to look at the rest of the year, but every spring, here they are in full bloom.
Today, the annual blooms bring out more than 1 million visitors.
It's beautiful that we can share this with so many nationalities and so many people, and it's a great thing.
Sidmore's vision from so long ago, now a reality. That spirit of fellowship, humanity, and joy in full bloom for eternity.
Up next, we have more women spreading joy in their community, a sisterhood building incredible friendships while proving age is just a number.
Jennifer Rossner is proof that age is just a number.
The Rat Pack was the music I listened to in high school. No one else did, but that's what I was blasting on my radio. Sinatra, I met Tony Bennett. That was like probably the high point of my life.
Growing up an only child, this millennial found herself surrounded by some slightly senior sidekicks.
I was always with my parents all the time, and my grandparents and my aunts. I was always kind of dragged along to adult activities, and so I grew up fairly fast.
When the pandemic hit, Jennifer left the bustling city life of Chicago to move back in with her parents in the suburbs.
I actually didn't think it was possible to be closer to them. So I'm single, if anyone's listening, and I realized that I probably won't increase my chances of meeting anybody by living with my parents at 35, 36 years old.
So she made her way here, just blocks from her parents, in an apartment complex full of mainly older, semi-retired folks.
I had no expectation of what I would find once I got here. The general range is probably 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and then there's me in my 30s.
She started to feel at home after attending a happy hour held by the building's unofficial mayor.
What I found in the happy hours is it attracted people from all ages and all segments of our world that we live in around here. We just began to really enjoy each other's company.
It wasn't long before they became a close-knit crew, celebrating birthdays, holidays, taking dance lessons, and eating out a lot.
I don't know that I've ever had like someone there for every single thing that I possibly needed them for outside of like my parents. And at any point in time, I have someone to do something with, which is a total novelty. This is like true companionate love.
We truly have a sisterhood here, and if you had told me that in my 50s I'd be making friends that I'm going to have forever, I would have said no way.
I call it fancy dormitory living. We walk, we talk about boys. I'm not dead yet, so I love talking about guys and boys.
Moments spent with this community bring back fond memories of Jennifer's late grandmother, May Molly.
She had this really cool group of girlfriends, and they would play mahjong every Wednesday, and she'd go out to dinner with my grandpa on Fridays and Saturdays. And so when I met these girls in this building, I was really struck by each one of them kind of has a quality of her. So I almost kind of found her in all of them.
While she found a family in these ladies, they found the same with her.
She's very close to her mom, and my daughter was, and I'm going to start crying now, my daughter and I were always close, and, she's in New York now. She's kind of pulled me into that, not because of my age or anything, but just because of family.
And instead of playing mahjong like her grandmother did, the squad gets together for a game of Rummy Cube every night.
No one is aligned on what the rules really are.
How many did you take again?
Well, how are we playing?
Oh, here we go.
There have been some fairly heated moments where someone has said to take a walk.
Oh, there she goes. No, you don't like
But all in good fun.
A sisterhood created in the unlikeliest of places.
I think we have to really think about intrinsic human qualities, what makes us all the same, and lean into that stuff, and everything else around it is crap. And just find the things that are relatable, and if you do that, anyone can become a friend.
On to another organization that's fostering community, our Girl Scout troop, with an especially empowering message of inclusion.
It's a one-of-a-kind sisterhood.
The best thing about being a Girl Scout is that you get to learn about things that you never knew before.
Girl Scout Troop 6000 is unique. While the troop may look like any other Girl Scout troop on the surface, there's something special that ties them together.
I love Troop 6000. I'm glad that I'm in it because it is very special to me.
Each girl in Troop 6000 comes from the New York City shelter system.
When you're in a troop full of girls that have experienced something so similar to you, you kind of just like instantly bond.
Launched in 2017 by a single mother of 5 who had lost her home, Giselle Burgess sought to break the stigma and give girls living in temporary housing a safe place.
It's about being heard, being seen, being understood, and being able to share without that judgment.
I was excited to meet new people and make friends.
Recently, Troop 6000 got together for World Thinking Day, its largest event since the pandemic began. All fees, uniforms, trips, and program materials are provided to Troop 6000 girls at no cost.
No matter what your living circumstances are here in New York City, we will make sure that you have the same opportunities as any other girl.
Troop 6000 also supports girls after they and their families transition from temporary to permanent housing.
I think the best thing personally for me is the sisterhood we have.
And it's that power of connection and friendship that's helping make the world a better place for these girls.
Make new friends.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Coming up after the break, Donna Fairzen's got a surprise that is sure to spark some joy. Welcome back to The Boost. To celebrate National Inspiring Joy Day, we're bringing back our series, Knock Knock Surprise. This is where Donna Fairzen shows up at the doorstep of someone very special. Let's take a look.
Hi, Rich. I'm Donna from the Today Show with Hoda and Jenna. You're live on the air right now. Come on out. In front of you right here, your wife, I know that you're wondering what in the world is going on. Come on over to your wife. Come on over to your wife, call her right now. you feeling right now?
I don't know.
I have no clue
what's going on.
Well, I know you have no clue what's going on. We're about to show you what's going on because Paula wrote in and told us how wonderful you are. So take a look at this.
I wrote in about Rich because we have just had our 25-year wedding anniversary. During those 25 years, we have both battled cancer. Rich had kidney cancer at age 35. I was his caregiver, and then he beat the cancer, which was wonderful. When I got diagnosed with breast cancer, I was devastated. My husband came home and he held me and he said, "You don't just have breast cancer, we have breast cancer, and together we are gonna fight and we are gonna win."
My dad immediately stepped up. He took time off of work himself, so he was home with my mom. He did the weekly chemo treatments.
I never once saw my dad break down, but you'd think that would happen coming from a cancer survivor. He was there for her every step of the way.
And then when it came time to shave my head, I was very nervous about that. And he said, "I'll do it." My hair was just falling out like cotton candy. And then he gave me the clippers and told me I could shave his head. And so we were brought together.
There were times where she wanted to give up. I don't want to get emotional. Where she wanted to give up. And he encouraged her that she could do it. You know, that they would get through it together.
I felt like my husband deserved a surprise because he hasn't asked for anything. And I know that he's deserving because I'm here. And the two of us are here and we made it. And I always say to him, "Rich, I'll be loving you forever."
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow,
This is the ultimate love story, Rich. What are you feeling right now?
My heart is content. Thought I was taking her to get her teeth done. I guess not. Wow,
No, I think this might be the first lie she's told in 25 years of marriage.
Yeah.
You know, I see tears in the crowd. You are so loved. Everyone here talks about how much love you give and they want to give it right back. What do you want to say to your community
I
here?
just want to say thank you very much. I love you guys and I appreciate it.
We love you, Rich.
Thank you.
Paula, what are you thinking right now?
He prayed for me. He got me through. Everybody was along for our miracle healing journey. I am flat happy and healed and so grateful for this man. When I was weak, he made me strong.
Well, it seems that he makes this whole community strong too. And I know I said that this is the ultimate love story. So we have one more surprise for you, Rich. Are you ready? All right. Well, I heard that it was your 25th wedding anniversary, and you weren't able to celebrate it the way you wanted to because of your cancer treatments. So we want to give you a second go around at it.
Wow.
What do you think about a trip to the Caribbean? Royal Bahamian is gifting you a 5-day, 4-night trip for the two lovebirds, at Nassau Paradise Island in the Bahamas. The trip includes the food, entertainment, and Nassau Paradise Island Promotion Board is also gifting you $1,500 credit to your round-trip airfare. Wow. What do you think? Awesome. Are you ready for a vacation?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much.
Rich, thank you for being the wonderful man that you are. Can I give you a hug on behalf of America?
This next story is from our Heroes Among Us series, sponsored by Johnson & Johnson, spotlighting a real-life hero who transformed her health battle into a lifelong mission to help others.
Molly Sue Pratt, cum laude.
For 24-year-old nursing student Molly Pratt, college graduation was a moment that seemed nearly impossible just 4 years ago.
I couldn't even get out of bed without having help because I was just too weak to even move.
At just 16 years old, Molly was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a cancer of the immune system that started a years-long battle.
Prior to hearing that diagnosis, what had you been thinking about? hanging out with my friends, ACTs, maybe what college I'll be going to, thinking ahead, what my life was gonna look like. It completely changed with the cancer diagnosis. I was really scared I was gonna die.
Molly underwent 6 outpatient chemotherapy treatments and 5 months later entered remission.
Every time you go through that scanner, it is like you pray that it's not there.
But in 2016, it was. Not 1, but 2 recurrences sent Molly to the hospital. Her next round of treatments were more aggressive. Molly received a stem cell transplant, and courses of chemotherapy left her weak.
I was in a wheelchair for quite a few months. I had to use a cane, I've used a walker.
At Beaumont Royal Oak Hospital outside of Detroit, Molly found a silver lining, comfort in the care of the pediatric and adolescent nursing staff.
They would always bring the fun to me, so we would have game nights and stuff, and it just took me out of the headspace that I was in the hospital and more like just spending time with my friends and family.
The nurses didn't just become Molly's family, they became her inspiration.
At what point did you start thinking about becoming a nurse yourself?
I was like, oh, what they do is really great. I want to be able to impact others the way they have impacted me. Once I got into treatment, I started thinking about being a nurse.
Karen MacDonald, one of Molly's nurses, saw her potential right away.
I had an inkling even before Molly, knew she really wanted to be a nurse. When she'd come in for her visits, like when I was listening to her heart or listening to her lungs, she would ask questions.
So Molly turned her diagnosis into her calling, joining the nursing program at Saginaw Valley State University with one goal in mind, to become a pediatric nurse, just like the ones that helped save her life.
Having cancer, I feel like it was one of the best things that ever happened to me because it showed me my true path in being a pediatric nurse.
I'm so happy you're a nurse.
Now, Molly is cancer-free, and her journey is coming full circle. Next month, she'll begin working in the very same pediatric unit at the hospital where she received treatment, working alongside some of the women who carried her through her darkest days.
She saved my life and she changed it. She made me realize that nursing was my true calling for life.
How much does that mean to hear?
It touches my heart. It really does. It makes me very, very proud.
Her teachers and mentors say the industry needs more nurses like Molly.
If we could take Molly's heart and put her in the bodies of other people, it would solve our nursing crisis.
I see her really changing the face of nursing wherever she goes.
Molly, ready to use her own experience to touch the lives of others.
I'm looking forward to just being that light in everyone's dark tunnel. I want to be that little ray of sunshine in their care, be able to share kind of my experiences with them too, be just like the nurses that I had in my care.
Stay with us for a special treat. After the break, how this former Wall Street trader turned her hobby into a booming cookie business. Welcome back to The Boost. Up next, we're going to introduce you to a woman who traded in a career on Wall Street to raise her kids, leading her to discover a delicious hidden talent.
Recipes are for the birds. I never measure.
Here at Shelley's Chocolate Chips in Williamsburg, Virginia, 63-year-old Gina Shelley is in the zone.
You can't be stingy with the chips.
Every day, she cranks out dozens of cookies from this kitchen with her husband Anthony's help.
It's where the magic's gonna happen, kids.
A far cry from their past lives in a very different world.
I got my BA in economics. I graduated college in 1981, and I knew I wanted to be on Wall Street. Like, that was my dream.
Gina ended up working in commodities trading for several brokerage firms.
We executed orders. You know, I went out and got business. We traded. I went down to the trading floor a lot, and that's actually how I met my husband.
They got married, and after 13 years in finance, Gina realized she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom instead, raising 4 kids.
I just felt that I was the luckiest woman in the world. That was the culmination of my life. But it was also the beginning of this business.
That's because as a mom, Gina discovered she had a knack for making really good cookies.
I know it's so cliche, but I was the mother bringing the cookies to all the games. I ran the bake table at the Christmas fair, and my wedding cookies were so popular, there was like insider trading on them. People like would come in early, buy them, put them under the table before they even went out for sale.
So after the kids were all grown, Gina, bored with an empty nest, decided to get back into the market in 2018. Not in blue chips, but chocolate chips.
I said to my husband, why don't I sell cookies? And he's like, what? Why not? Looks like people like them. Let's try it. And we wound up buying like equipment like this. We didn't know anything how to buy an oven like that or these kind of work tables. And it really just sort of morphed. And I started winning like accolades. Best of in Williamsburg and best in coastal Virginia. And then, of course, pandemic hit.
Like many businesses during COVID, she pivoted to shipping.
I'm going to do 3-4 packs, Aunt.
Starting online at Goldbelly, but eventually selling through several high-end retailers.
We're really, really proud of not knowing what we were doing this on a whim, and now we're winning. We'll do 300 cookies for an event for Valentine's Day. Numbers like that don't fuss me. My first big order like that, I was like a deer in the headlights. But now, I could do 10 dozen on one leg, standing up, hand behind my back.
Gina says her time on Wall Street was a key ingredient to success.
I think commodities taught me the highs and lows of a market. I think everything in life is a setup. And you don't realize it at the time. You know, it could have been 20 years ago. Set me up for this place in time. If you have something in your heart that you want to do, try it. Like, and again, back to commodities. If it succeeds, fantastic. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world.
Commodities for cookies, a trade that's so far paying off pretty well.
When I do the cookies, it's sort of my art. Like I'm channeling something in my head through my hands. It's like such a kick. Like all the time when people bite into it and they're like, these are really delicious. Like that makes me really, really happy.
Glad to have you back here on The Boost. We've got one more feel-good video coming at you. Take a look.
2 little girls in Colorado have come up with a way to talk to their dad every single day, even though he's deployed in the military overseas. They use the security camera in their driveway to send him a sweet message whenever they come and go.
I love you, Dad. I love you, Dad. Hi, Dad. Love you. And we really like your haircut. I love you. Like my heart. I love you, Dad. Love you, Dad. Have a great night, please.
So sweet.
That is so awesome. He's got one of those apps on his phone, you know, where you can check the camera. So the little girls give him a morning message and a night message.
Really sweet.
Thanks for joining us. We do hope that we sparked some joy for you today, and be sure to keep spreading those good vibes all day. We'll be right back here tomorrow on Today All Day.
Okay, deep breath, here we go. Thank you for doing this. What's it been like to have the world know your story, but you haven't gotten to tell it?
It's been overwhelming, you know, very overwhelming. I know there's a lot out there that's been told, but the gist of it has just been so overwhelming with what's going on.
Earlier this year, first grade teacher, 25-year-old Abby Werner was shot by her 6-year-old student at Rich Neck Elementary in Newport News, Virginia. The details of what happened that day have been told through other people. Until now, I sat down with Abby in a Today exclusive to hear her story for the first time. One of the things that we talked about when we first met on the phone was why you wanted to tell your story and what it means to you to get to tell your own story.
I think just because it's coming from me, you know, I'm the person who has gone through this experience and has been through the trauma, and it's my story.
It's a story that left the world in disbelief.
We have a report of a teacher shot.
Active shooter. They're in lockdown. Unknown where the shooter is at this time. First grade student. Unknown where that student is.
This shooting was not accidental. It was intentional.
So let's talk first about just how are you doing? How do you feel? How is your recovery going?
I've been doing okay. You know, it's been challenging. I've gone through a lot of obstacles and challenges. Some days are not so good days where I can't get up out of bed. Some days are better than others where I'm able to get out of bed and make it to my appointments. Stay pretty busy with the occupational therapy appointments and therapy appointments. But, you know, from going through what I've gone through, I try to stay positive, you know, try to have a positive outlook on what's happened and where my future's heading.
You just had a surgery on your hand. What have you gone through? What are the physical injuries?
So a lot of it was in my hand. The initial gunshot went through my left hand and ruptured the middle bone as well as the index finger and the thumb. The gunshot then went into my chest up here where it actually still remains. So I have a scar up here and I still have some bullet fragments up here.
So part of that bullet is still there?
Yes.
Do you think it will always be there, or do they think they'll remove it someday?
I think it'll always be there.
That's kind of profound in a way to think about. Tell me about the use of your hand. What is your hope about regaining the use of your hand?
Well, at the moment, you know, I don't have full function. It's hard to bend, it's hard to pick up things and even make a fist with it. That's been really challenging to work with, and it plays in my daily life. So things such as, you know, opening a water bottle myself, or sometimes pulling up pants by myself, it's hard to do with one hand. So a lot of your everyday tasks that you use two hands for, I can't do, even driving. So it's been really challenging.
Is it your hope, is it the doctor's hope that you'll be able to get most of your function back, or is it just one of those things we don't know right now?
I believe it's one of the things we don't know right now. You know, we work very hard in occupational therapy and with doctor's appointments, but we're unsure of what the future holds for it.
I asked you a lot about the wounds that we can see, but there are wounds that we can't see.
Yes.
How are you doing?
At first it really shook me up. They were open wounds that I could see, and seeing an open wound on your body and remembering how you got it is pretty traumatizing in itself. I think it's been helpful now that they've scarred over. I have the wound from the bullet hole, and I have a wound on my side here, a big scar on my side here from when they had to use a chest tube from when my lung collapsed. They had to get a chest tube in there in the trauma room to get the blood and the fluid out of the lung area. But I think now seeing them have scarred over and they're covered up, with the scar, it's not too bad to look at anymore, but it's still a reminder that, hey, this happened to you. This is what your body's been through.
Tell me why you got into teaching.
Growing up, I would write in journals, what do you want to be when you grow up? Teacher, I want to be a teacher. And I think that inspiration came from my mom. She was a teacher, but when I went to college, I volunteered at an after-school program that worked with children. And I helped them with their homework, and I played games with them, and I was like, I really enjoy this. I love working with children, and I could see myself working with children in, sort of a school environment.
You went to college, you got your master's.
Yes.
You graduate, your first teaching job is right in the middle of the pandemic. So
Yes.
you were a Zoom teacher before you really got to be in the classroom.
Yes, that was, nothing that college ever prepared us for.
Yeah.
Just teaching through a laptop. And then we went into a hybrid environment where I had maybe a handful of students in the classroom.
And what was it like when you got to finally be in the classroom with your kids?
Oh, it was amazing. It was like the moment that you had been waiting for. Like, this is what I've been practicing. This is what I've studied. This is what I've been looking forward to. It's finally here.
I guess you had taught I think my timing is right, about a year or two. So we're coming into January of 2023. When Christmas break was over and you were coming back to school and coming back to the classroom, how were you feeling about everything? What was on your mind?
I was excited to be back after break. Breaks are always nice because you get a break, and mentally you get a break. But I was excited coming back into the classroom and starting off kind of, your second semester of the school year to really kick back learning again, and to hopefully watch them grow and learn even more.
So it was January 6th of this year. What do you remember about that day?
I remember a lot. I remember it felt like, the morning it felt like just a regular school day. It was a Friday. Glad it was a Friday because your weekend's coming up. You get a mental break again before you start your week over with school. It felt normal, but I started hearing things and things started happening that made my fear grow. As the day went on, it grew more. My fear grew more. I remember him pointing the gun at me. I remember the look on his face. I remember the gun going off. I remember feeling something. It was a pretty scary day.
In that moment, what's going through your mind? This is so hard to fathom. A 6-year-old first grader with a gun.
I was terrified. In that moment, my initial reaction was, your kids need to get out of here. You need to get your students out of here. Your kids, they need to leave. This is not a safe classroom anymore. They need to leave. You need to get them out of there. And then you need to go find help for yourself. It was pretty shocking. Once the firearm went off, and then I felt something, that shock itself that I had been shot.
You knew you had been shot.
Yeah. That was pretty shocking itself. but I just wanted to get my babies out of there.
What did the kids do, say? How did they react to seeing what had just unfolded before their eyes with their teacher?
They were screaming. Yeah, they were screaming, and I think they had a sense too that they needed to leave. I think they knew as well that they had to get out of there, but they were extremely frightened and screaming.
Police chief said after that you had ensured that the kids got to a safe place. That he said your actions were heroic. What were the next steps? Do you remember, what were the next things that you did?
That's still kind of a blur. Got them out and I went to get help for myself. I didn't know at the time that my lung had collapsed, but I started not being able to breathe, very raspy breaths, and my vision started going out. I remember I went to the office and I just passed out. I thought I had died. And the next memory that I recall was I woke up on the floor. I was on my back, and two of my coworkers had their hands pressured around my hand and my wound up here. So I'm truly thankful for them to try to stop the bleeding.
The ambulance came, you were rushed to the hospital. What did doctors say about the condition you were in and your injuries?
It could have been fatal. We believe with my hands being up, with it going through my hand first, we believe that by the bullet going through the hand first, that it most likely saved my life.
I wonder what you think or how you feel about this student.
You know, there's some things that I'll never forget, and I just will never forget the look on his face that he gave me while he pointed the gun directly at me. That's something that I will never forget. It's changed me. It's changed my life.
How do you even make sense of something like this?
You can't. You can't. I'm not sure when the shock will ever go away because of just how surreal it was. And, the vivid memories that I have of that day. I think about it daily. Sometimes I have nightmares.
Zwerner's attorney, Diane Toscano, said in a notice of intent to sue school administrators that the Rich Neck administration failed to take action after it was warned 3 separate times that the boy had a gun with him the day that Zwerner was shot.
There have been many failures, and there are multiple people responsible for those failures. So we do intend to use all of our legal tools to make sure that we hold those people accountable.
Do you feel like you could have been better protected by the school?
Yes.
You feel like they should have done more?
Yes.
Did you ever imagine something like this could happen?
No, especially in the teaching career itself. This is the last thing that should be on any teacher's mind.
The prosecutor announced there would not be criminal charges against the 6-year-old boy. Do you have an opinion about that decision?
I'm not going to weigh into the prosecutor's decision, but I am following very closely the Newport News prosecutor to see what they do in this case and who they do charge, ultimately, if they do charge anybody.
When you think about everything that's happened and what happened to you, what does justice mean to you in this case?
That's a tough question to answer.
Yeah. Diane, for you, what do you think is justice when you look at a circumstance like this?
As Abby said, that is very tough to answer. My job is to hold those accountable that I can hold accountable, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to use the legal tools that I have to do that. There were failures that day, and those failures could have prevented this tragedy from happening. Abby's going to have to deal with this her entire life, both physically, emotionally.
Newport News Public Schools told NBC News in part they are aware of this interview, and while they cannot comment on the interview or Ms. Werner's comments, they appreciate Abby sharing her story. The statement goes on to say they are addressing safety and security throughout the division and created 3 advisory committees focused on family engagement, school safety, and student rights and responsibilities. They have also added more security measures, engaged in independent school security consultants, and moved forward with the review of student behavior and supports, adding, "We will continue to do whatever it takes to ensure a safe and secure teaching and learning environment across our schools."
Additionally, an attorney for the boy's family tells NBC News, "We welcome the prosecutor's decision not to charge the boy and continue to pray for Ms. Werner's complete recovery."
In the moments after the shootings, Werner's mother and sister rushed to be by her side.
Julie, for a mom, I can't begin to imagine. What was that day like for you?
Shocking, very surreal. I broke a lot of speed limit laws traveling from Williamsburg to the hospital. Hannah heard me hysterical on the phone, as did a friend of mine that I had called. I didn't know anything. You know, I got a phone call. This is so-and-so, Abby's been shot, she's at Riverside. That's all I knew. Didn't know if she was alive or not. had no idea that she was shot by one of her students.
You're a teacher.
Right.
I mean.
Right. But I mean, you know, just as a mom, like to know that your child has been hurt, and I can't even describe it. It's terrifying. Terrifying.
Once at the hospital, Julie waited anxiously for any update.
In fact, when I got to the hospital, it was locked down and I couldn't even get in. I had my ID in my hand. You know, I'm just trying to get in and see if she's okay. And they wouldn't let me in for about 10 minutes. Finally, 2 detectives met me at the door with hospital security, and the 3 of them walked me down this very long hallway in the hospital. And I realized we were headed to the sanctuary. And yeah, exactly. My heart just, you know, and so I started to steel myself, like, okay, I know where this is going. And, you know, you can't prepare for that, of course. It was just surreal, didn't feel real, like I was watching this outside of my body. Thankfully, those detectives immediately told me once we got in there, they said, she's getting some CAT scans. So it's like, okay.
That was
But
the
she
first word you had really heard of who
right.
she was.
I had no idea. Right. And then that was followed by, and she was shot by one of her students. Like that was the very next thing I heard.
What did you think when they said she was shot by a student?
I probably had some expletives running in my head. I might have even said them out loud, like, what? Are you kidding me? And I know I lost it at that point. It just, you can't wrap your head around that. All of us being teachers in classrooms at rough schools, rough kids, that's not, you're never afraid like that. I never would have thought.
And when you saw Abby?
Oh my gosh, she called me mommy.
You don't call her mommy anymore.
No, she called me mommy, and I knew, like, oh my gosh, this is real. I haven't heard mommy in a long time, and it kind of broke my heart.
Yeah. What about you, Hannah? How did you hear this news?
A coworker who had been notified, I think to tell me calmly what had happened, ran into my room. I'm also a teacher, so I was lesson planning. I called mom, she's crying. No one wanted me to drive, but I got in my car and I drove, and just like mom, I thought Abby was dead because we didn't have any news, just that she had been shot.
When you finally got to see her in the hospital, how did she look to you?
You don't know what to picture. You know, you watch the medical shows and you kind of have an idea in your head of what to expect. She looked bad, really out of it, really fragile.
Do you remember those early days in the hospital?
Not much. Yeah. Not much. It's just a blur. Things happened very fast, you know, trying to save me. Yeah. So it just seems like a big blur.
Yeah. Did they do a surgery right away, more or less? Or did they? Or
They did the next day.
The next day, okay.
Yeah, they had to stabilize the bones that were still in her hand.
Yeah.
So they inserted several pins just to kind of get things back to where they're supposed to be. Yeah. That was the very next day.
Yeah. Hannah, you've been helping to take care of your twin sister. What has this time been like?
I'm just so grateful that I was able to be there for her. We already lived together, which was nice, but we spend every waking moment together. And just being able to take care of her, and it's taking her to appointments, it's making her food, it's cleaning up, opening toothpaste, things like that. I'm really, really grateful that I'm able to help her with that and be there for moral support too.
We were talking about, you know, this is a story that so many people talked about, and this is Abby's chance to tell her own story. What would you want people to know about Abby and about your family and how you're doing?
She will never give herself enough credit. She's always downplaying everything. I look up to her. She's an inspiration.
She saved her students' lives.
I know.
You did that.
She doesn't think that she's a hero. You are.
What about you, Julie?
I am just overcome with sadness when I think about it. Just, you know, this should never have happened. It's tragic how much her life has changed, and just to see her having to go through what she's going through. She wants to get better, and she wants to, get back to do the things she loves to do. She is inspiring.
You have a strong daughter.
Yes, definitely.
What has it meant to you to have your family just surround you with love and help?
I feel like there's no words for it. My brother actually he was stationed in Washington State, and he was able to be stationed back closer to home just for me. So, he made that big career move just for me to be closer to home. I feel like it's hard to come up with words to describe how amazing my family has been.
We just care about you.
But the support she's received has extended far beyond her family.
What's it been like to have this become a national and even international story that you are at the center of? I mean, I'm sure it's surreal.
Yes, very surreal, like you said, and just overwhelming. It's hard to comprehend sometimes how many people out there really are just supportive and caring. That in itself has been hard to comprehend. There have been so many strangers reaching out. We have tons of handmade cards, handwritten cards with people's stories.
And what does it mean to you? Because you've seen a very dark side of humanity. What does this mean to you, to see another side?
It helps me remember to take each day as they come, that each day is special. It helps me remember that I do have support in all areas, all aspects.
Do you think you'll want to teach again?
I would rather not answer that question.
Okay, yeah, no problem. When you picture yourself in the future, what gives you happiness and hope?
I hope that my hand will fully recover. I hope my mind will be at more peace, the more time goes on. Really just take it day by day.
What would you want people to know about you now? You have people who have prayed for you and sent you cards, people who are admiring you and loving you. What would you want them to know? Now they get to see you and meet you a little bit. What would you want them to know about Abby?
That I'm just so thankful. I'm thankful and I'm grateful, and their messages, their cards, their support has not gone unnoticed, and it's been truly inspiring to keep pushing me to move forward in a positive way. And it's just been very uplifting, and from the bottom of my heart, I'm very thankful.
What do you tell yourself to get through? What gives you hope?
I'm still here. I believe I made it here for a reason, and the support that has been flowing in, the overwhelming support from, friends, family, strangers, everyone that I've worked with, been in contact with, that's been very uplifting as well.
If you could talk to your students, what would you want to say to them?
I would first tell them that I love each and every one of them. I'm very grateful that they're all alive and they're safe and they're healthy, and I just miss them dearly.
That's a beautiful piece of chicken.
Well, thank you.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen. Comfort food. From a decadent cheeseburger to a sky-high layer cake, or my favorite, my mom's spicy, warming dal. Usually these indulgent eats aren't exactly vegan-friendly. Even many traditional dal recipes are often prepared with ghee. But these days, you can easily ditch the dairy, and you won't even miss the meat, with new plant-based takes on traditional comfort foods being served at restaurants all across the country. In Portland, I'm meeting a chef making crunchy fried chicken without the bird. And in New York, I'm sampling a Big Apple staple, cheesecake. But this one happens to be raw and vegan. But first up, I'm heading to Los Angeles, my hometown, to visit a popular fast food chain serving up show-stopping burgers without the beef. Growing up in SoCal, there was nothing more comforting than grabbing a burger by the beach and cruising down the Pacific Coast Highway. Monty's Good Burger in LA is recreating that iconic experience for a plant-based generation. Everything here, from a melty cheeseburger to fully loaded fries, and even their creamy milkshakes, is totally vegan. Lexi Jarris is the co-founder of the up-and-coming chain.
What inspired you to start this place?
I and my partners, it was a time in the vegan space in LA where there wasn't just a really good casual vegan burger. I felt like in order to get that fix for a burger, I had to go somewhere with white tablecloths and you had to be waited on.
In 2018, Lexi founded Monty's with Bill Fold and Nick Adler. Lexi and Bill both work in the music industry. He's a festival producer, and Lexi is a creative consultant for Coachella. Nick brought the culinary chops as a former food director for music festivals.
I think because we all come from music, when it came time to market and brand and strategize how to grow, we were all coming at it from such a non-traditional viewpoint.
The Monty's team runs their business differently from many restaurants. They focus on creating digital buzz with celebrity milkshake collabs, pop-ups at festivals, and lots of merch. While Monty's now has 5 locations and millions of burgers sold, they make more money from their swag, like hats, t-shirts, and mugs, than the food. The star of said merch and the brand's namesake is Lexi's adorable schnoodle mix.
How did Monty become the mascot? He's lucky. He's a lucky pup.
He's very lucky. He was found essentially on the streets of Riverside, which is kind of nuts. We looked for his owners. They were nowhere to be found. So after a few weeks, I was like, this is my son now. But it really kind of goes to show the playfulness and the headspace we were in when we started Monty's. Do work a lot with animal rescues now, and that is kind of something that's in our ethos. We care a lot about animals, obviously, but not just eating less of them, but also giving some fluffy guys and then around the LA area homes.
Monty's is dedicated to getting pets adopted, from dogs to cats and even guinea pigs. But their main mission is to change how people see vegan food.
I think what's really interesting is that there is this stigma and this stereotype that vegan food has to be super healthy, right?
When I first became vegan, a lot of my friends that aren't vegan would have dinner with me and they would leave and be like, I'm still hungry. I hate when Lexi picks the restaurant. I think if you come here, I highly doubt that someone will leave here, still being hungry. It's lots of tots, lots of shake, lots of burger. To me, I feel that anytime someone is eating a plant-based meal instead of a meal that has dairy, meat, whatever, that's just kind of a win for the animals, the planet, their health, all that good stuff.
I love that. Tell me about the future of Monty's. Where do you want to take this?
Yes, honestly, the sky's the limit. I don't want to say too big, but we're all definitely thinking as big as America wants us to be.
Amazing. I'm so hungry now. I want everything. I will order every single day.
Monty's Good Burger is reimagining fast food for a new era. Co-founder Lexi Jarris introduced me to Gemma Kessler, the chain's operation manager. Gemma trains new chefs on how to cook the entire menu, which includes a plant-based chicken sandwich and fully loaded fries. And she's teaching me how to make the restaurant's signature item.
Okay, Gemma, you are gonna show me how to make the Monty's Good Burger.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Making a Monty's burger isn't all that different from prepping a beef patty. First up, Gemma oils the grill so the impossible patties don't stick.
And then we're gonna smash those patties down. So I am going to use both spatulas and really get that squeezing out the edges there, as you can see.
Nice.
Number 1, number 2.
Perfect.
Awesome. And now we're gonna have those just crisp up and cook on one side, and then we're gonna flip them. Flip it!
Check that out. Good thing I didn't screw that up on camera.
Right.
Next up, 2 slices of vegan cheese.
And now I'm gonna have you spray a little bit of water on the outside there, creating some steam.
All right.
Perfect.
Nice. That's gonna get all melty and delicious.
Cheesy,
We love
delicious. Next, we're going to raise this and add some grilled onions.
My favorite. This is like your entire store of grilled
Amazing.
onions. All right.
Perfect. All right.
And that's
That is
it?
ready to go.
To finish the burger, we get the perfect toast on our buns.
See you later.
Time for the Monty's house bread. It's similar to a Thousand Island sauce. And what burger is complete without a pickle?
3 juicy house-made pickles.
Now the patty meets the bun.
To your bottom
This
bun.
is the best part of my day. Okay. This is going straight on here.
There you go.
Feel like I'm hired. I don't want to be forward, but okay.
I think you might be. This is the final step, though. This is the important part.
Okay.
To build it all together.
All right.
Yeah, but you're gonna fold that forward. Gorgeous.
Okay, I am so excited to eat this. I want to try everything else on your menu. Should we go find Lexi?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, I'm so
Ready?
excited.
Cheers.
Ready? Cheers. Okay. I can't.
It's as good as you remember.
It's better. This is so insane.
Because it has your touch.
Lexi, what does it mean to you to have this amazing and plant-based contribution to California burger culture?
This is our Culver City location, so this is definitely our most family-friendly location. We have customers that like come in strollers with their parents, obviously, and they get like pins and stickers and things like that. But like these kids are gonna grow up with us around the corner from us. I think that's so just like brings me a lot of joy.
Especially growing up in California, and this was such a big part of my culture, like getting a burger whenever going to the beach, and I feel like I can have that experience again in a plant-based way. So thank you and cheers.
It means the world. Thank you so much.
Have to take a picture,
Please.
because this just feels right.
We love photos around here.
Cheers.
This juicy burger had me craving more comfort food. So I'm off to Portland, where one vegan chef with a unique story is putting his own twist on Southern soul food. Portland, Oregon is one of the best cities for plant-based living. From vegan donuts in every flavor imaginable, to the world's first all-vegan barbecue joint, there is no shortage of delicious veggie-forward fare here. One of my favorite spots is Dirty Lettuce, a vegan soul food eatery helmed by a chef breaking barriers.
This is very visually impressive. Like, this literally is taking me back to like a KFC bucket.
Yes. Alkebulan Morosky is the chef and founder of Dirty Lettuce.
How do you feel like you're making vegan food more accessible, more equitable, something that is digestible, no pun intended, to a wider audience?
I feel like a lot of the vegan industry for a long time has had this very, very heavy focus on like making it as healthy and holistic as possible, and that is very important, but it's like there's a reason why McDonald's is like the colossal juggernaut it is, because sometimes people just want to be able to eat something greasy and delicious and feel good in their stomach.
Alkebulan's soul food recipes are rooted in the Southern cooking traditions from their hometown of Jackson, Mississippi.
You grew up in Mississippi, pescatarian, so eating a lot of veggies, no meat. Can you talk to me about what that was like, especially in the South, a very meat-heavy culture?
Yeah, it was one of the things that made me want to do this. Was I spent my whole childhood in the South, like surrounded by lots of fascinating cuisine, like gumbos, etouffees, and whatnot. I remember always wanting to be able to try and enjoy these different foods and never really having the opportunity to, until I decided to just do it myself. For instance, it means like cookouts are a really, really big thing in the South. And if you don't eat a lot of animal products, then you generally can't really go and engage with them to the same extent everyone else can.
Growing up in the South was challenging in different ways for Alkebulan, who is biracial and identifies as gender neutral.
Did you feel like you had a sense of belonging growing up?
I definitely don't really describe myself as a very masculine person, but being a person that most people ID as just like a black man when they see me meant that there was a lot of intense pressure to like put on a performance of masculinity that just wasn't me at all.
And I wonder, was that a reason why you started cooking? Was it a way for you to find a sense of belonging in any way?
I did really enjoy when I first started messing around with these recipes in the South was being able to go to people who I'd known for years and were very, very against just like general vegan cooking, or like, I need my meat. And being able to come up with something and feed it to them and have them actually enjoy it and be able to go like, okay, this didn't come from a dead animal, but I'm actually enjoying my meal.
Alkebulan's mother, who is also a vegetarian, taught them how to cook.
And there were always tons and tons of cookbooks all over my household.
They loved working with Seitan and started developing a line of plant-based meats after college. But in 2019, a new law was proposed in Mississippi that changed Alkebulan's career path.
I'd already been devising recipes to move somewhere else for quite a while, and then the Mississippi legislature decided they were going to introduce a bill that would actually ban the labeling of any plant-based product as any kind of meat.
While the law ultimately was halted in court, it was a signal for Alkebulan to pack their bags and head west.
Why did you choose Portland?
So I actually had a marvelous opportunity here. So I started off in Portland in a vegan food pod. So it was like supposed to be the first vegan food pod to appear in the US.
That pod was Shady Pines Food Court, the country's first all-vegan food cart park that opened in early 2020. While Shady Pines shuttered a year later, it helped introduce Alkebulan's food to the city's vibrant culinary community.
I was definitely very well received, and I got to be part of the publicity of like a vegan food pod, all vegan.
1 year after launching their cart, Alkebulan was able to open a brick-and-mortar spot in 2021. Here, the chef experiments with new Seitan meat swaps for southern staples like pork ribs and catfish.
I think in a lot of restaurants, if you go and order 3 different things made of seitan, you're going to get roughly the same seitan prepared in different ways. But I actually make a point to have like a completely different protein blend for each different fake meat that I do.
Speaking of all this food, I'm starving. I'm not gonna lie, I caught a glimpse of that fried chicken, and I think I might need it.
Ooh, how about if we get back to this kitchen?
I'm ready, let's do it.
All right.
You make your iconic fried chicken out of seitan. Can you tell me about what seitan is and how you make this delicious chicken?
Oh yeah, so seitan is essentially, it is a mass of pure wheat gluten protein. Actually, you would make it by just like taking regular wheat flour and washing it until you have like a sticky protein left over. But these days you can just buy like the dehydrated gluten on its own, which is what we have here, mixed with a whole bunch of different spices.
Alkebulan adds a liquid mixture to the wheat gluten. This is the secret behind the different meat textures.
Yeah, and the idea that depending on how much like oil, fat, and water you have in your wet blend, you're gonna end up with a different final product of your seitan.
The next step is similar to making bread. The seitan and liquid mixture are kneaded together.
Like it doesn't feel like dough.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like something that has a lot more texture and pull to it.
Yeah, the weird pseudo dough.
It's very much a pseudo dough.
The dough transforms into seitan after simmering in veggie stock. After the seitan cools, it's cut into fillets and soaked overnight. Then the seitan is ready to be breaded and fried.
Here is the chicken. A major thing for me with all my seitans is I try to deliberately make them as irregular as possible. Because if you get like an actual piece of meat from an animal, it's not going to be a uniform disc.
Right.
The process starts with a healthy sprinkle of cayenne. Then, just like a regular dredge, it's covered in flour and a secret spice mix. The egg-free wet mixture is where things really get interesting.
Oh yeah, so this is just a blend of mustard, water, a little bit of cornstarch, and my house spice blend.
I love that. Mustard, why mustard?
You'll see it sometimes in like old southern fried chicken recipes, but it's not nearly as common as you'll see just like your standard egg or buttermilk wash. It's not as much a flavor thing as like a texture thing. Mustard is kind of acidic in a way that reacts with your breading. So yeah, going from there, we get right over into our second dry bath.
Oh.
And from here, we get pretty weird with it. This is where we're actually building that texture of the chicken by hand.
How do you do that? You just kind of...
Yeah, so we start by just sort of coating chicken and coating our breading on there, getting a nice pasty, goopy mix. So yeah, that's how it's like, looks like very rough and all over the place, but that's roughly what a piece of chicken is gonna look like before we fry it.
Wow.
It's like very rough, very lumpy. Yeah, well, check that out.
Oh, how cool. Do you trust me to make one?
Absolutely.
Okay. For my contribution?
Yes. Oh, beautiful. All right, so we get these into some oil.
Okay, oh yes, let's do it.
The seitan chicken fries in canola oil until it's golden brown.
I loved my fried chicken, and then I went plant-based, and I never had fried chicken, so this is an exciting
That's my
moment.
goal. It's like let people have all the tasty things they ate growing up and not feel guilty about it.
Right,
We're probably just about ready to pull this up. That is looking pretty happy. That's definitely like the go-to signature is just getting those proper flakes.
Wait, do you hear this? You got that?
I think you eat with all of your senses, right?
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
All right, going for it. Stop. Like, I know you know this is good, but
That's usually the response I go for.
it's so good. Like, oh my God, I can't even speak. The breading is insane. It literally tastes like chicken.
One of the things I realized as I started messing with more and more vegan meats is that a lot of what people associate with a lot of traditional meats that they've eaten is not actually the protein itself, but just the way it's prepared.
Right. Cheers, this is delicious. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for joining.
But as delicious as Alkebulan seitan is, their bigger goal is making vegan food more approachable.
How do you think that you're making vegan food more equitable?
A lot of people, it's like vegan food in general, I think is still a bit overpriced in most markets. Well, honestly, a big thing for me is I try to make sure that if I offer any product on my menu, I can make sure I can provide people with like a big hefty portion size and not charge them $35 for one meal.
Up next, a Brooklyn sweet shop that's ditching the dairy in creamy cheesecake. Simply Sweet, a vegan dessert shop in Brooklyn, specializes in raw desserts. That means nothing on the menu is heated above 104 degrees, so you won't find any ovens in here. Opened in 2019, Simply Sweet makes treats that are free from gluten and refined sugar. You'll find anything here to satisfy a sweet tooth, from chocolate bars to creamy cakes and fruity acai bowls.
Because I love sweets, everything sweet. I love desserts and caramel and fruits, everything sweet.
Olesia Mirpushaeva is the owner and head pastry chef. She moved to the US from Russia in 2012. After landing in New York, Olesia quickly got her start in the food industry at Juice Press, then a fast-growing smoothie and organic food chain with a celebrity following.
I fell in love with their food and smoothies and juices, and when I got there, it was like different world, because I've never heard about some ingredients like maca powder, goji berries. I'm like, what?
Olesia also worked as a line cook at a private school in Manhattan. That's where she truly fell in love with cooking, whipping up delicious baked goods for the students. When Olesia became a mother a few years ago, she decided to start an eatery of her own. Can you tell me about why you started Simply Sweet?
When I was pregnant, I was thinking how I'm gonna feed my baby when he's born. And when he was growing up, and then he started to pick food from my plate, I thought I'm gonna give him a piece of broccoli, but when I look into my plate, I see like slice of pizza, you know, with sausage, pepperoni, lots of cheese. I'm like,
I don't want to feed my kid this.
Yeah. And then I realized I have to start from myself, to change myself, change my everyday eating habits, so I can be an example for my son.
Her first step? Lots and lots of research.
I'm not a professional chef, so I'm self-taught, and I go to Google every time when I have a question. I took some courses about chocolate, how to make chocolate at home, how to make raw vegan desserts and vegan desserts, not only raw. Yeah, I use Instagram a lot because I follow bloggers and recipe creators. I always try stuff at home. I love to feed my family and hear their feedback, good feedback.
After 3 years of running Simply Sweet, being a mom is still Olesia's top priority.
And I have a son, he's almost 6 years old, and he likes my dessert. He's a big fan of chocolate. He likes chocolate truffles, chocolate cake. So I try to keep him healthy.
You must be the most popular mom in town. Like, do you bake everyone's cake? Or no bake? I keep saying bake, but really there's no baking involved.
I don't know. I would say yeah, maybe I'm pretty famous here.
I had to learn the secrets behind Olesia's unique treats. So she taught me how to make her favorite item on the menu, lemon blueberry cheesecake.
It's super easy and literally everybody can make it at home.
You're not dealing with an oven. You're sticking it in the freezer, you're letting it set.
Yeah,
it's a lot. Yeah, it's like low maintenance as well.
Yeah.
First, the hazelnuts go in, then shredded coconut. And my favorite sugar alternative, dates. I love dates. It's like a part of my life and brand. Yeah. The mixture is blended in a food processor for 2 to 3 minutes. So what should the texture be like, you know, when we know it's done?
Yeah, it usually changes the color.
Okay.
And it's like
a little darker.
Wet.
Yeah. The pie crust is then firmly pressed into a mold. The sticky dates help bind the raw ingredients while the base freezes for about 15 minutes. The crust is in our freezer.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do next?
So now we are going to make our cheese part.
First in, soaked and drained raw cashews. Soaking the cashews makes them easier to blend and ensures a creamy, smooth consistency.
Our house-made coconut milk.
I love that you make your own coconut milk. So how do you make it?
We just mix coconut butter and filtered water.
Coconut butter.
Nothing
Cool.
else.
I love that. Very minimal. Next up, maple syrup, vanilla extract, lemon juice, and melted coconut oil. Okay, so you've melted and cooled that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's already melted. And we use coconut oil so it stays firm. And when you take the cake out of freezer, it doesn't fall apart.
The mixture is blended until it's totally smooth with no lumps. Can you believe this creamy filling is completely vegan?
Okay, it's perfect. So now we're gonna put it in the freezer for like an hour.
Okay.
And then we're gonna do our blueberry layer.
Amazing. See you later. To the remaining cashew mixture, we add frozen blueberries and then blend again. With the fruit, the mix transforms into a stunning purple.
Love
Look how
it.
beautiful.
Very
I love this gorgeous
creamy.
color.
It's so pretty. Wait, we have to show them this color.
Sure.
Check this out, everyone. Look at that.
The first layer freezes for an hour before adding the blueberry flavored cream. Alessia was prepared with a fully frozen, half-finished cheesecake for me to polish off.
Gorgeous.
And then to the freezer it goes?
Yeah, to the freezer for about 5 hours.
Okay.
Then it will be ready.
And it'll be worth it. Those 5 hours will be worth it. All right.
Thankfully, I didn't have to wait 5 hours.
So this is how it looks like.
Yay, it's so pretty.
And we're gonna unmold it.
Okay. After unmolding, the cheesecake gets a final decoration, shavings of Alessia's house-made chocolate.
So how long would you wait for it to thaw before you start slicing it to serve?
We will leave it at room temperature on the table for about 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
And then we can cut it.
Well, luckily, you're very prepared. You have slices for us, so can we taste?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So excited.
Here we go.
Look how pretty they are. This spoon is really fun. Wow. It's so delicious. You know, cake is such a comfort food for so many people, and a lot of people don't think they can have this healthier, delicious, decadent options. What are your favorite customer reactions from people who maybe haven't tried this before?
Most of them don't realize our dessert doesn't have eggs and flour, and they're like, wow.
Yeah.
They can't believe it.
This is so fun to make it, and I will be eating this and taking it with me. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With innovative techniques and lots of imagination, modern chefs are turning classic meals and treats into plant-based comfort foods everyone can enjoy.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to The Boost. Today is National School Librarian Day, and we're sharing stories that celebrate these educators and the impact they have on kids all across the country. We are going to begin with 2 elementary school librarians whose love of books connected them in an unexpected way. Take a look.
The playground at Sumas Elementary School looks more like a water park. It's so badly damaged, it will never reopen.
After severe flooding destroyed Sumas Elementary School in Washington State last November, the whole community was devastated.
There are so many memories that happen in a school, really important moments in our lives that you realized aren't going to happen anymore in that space.
And the school library was especially hard hit.
When you spend that many years in a room and all of a sudden it's taken away from you, it's like they ripped your heart out.
For Kathy Brockema, the Sumas Elementary librarian, the loss of her beloved books was heart-wrenching.
They made this huge pile right in the middle of the floor, and that pile got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Throughout the Sumas community, hundreds of homes and dozens of businesses were damaged, yet neighbors showed up to help the school.
The day that we all came back to the buildings was a day I'll never forget. Yeah, the goodness that came out of that. So over 100 people in our community helped us move.
And just 10 miles to the west, Jen Frombley, a fellow elementary school librarian, took notice.
I saw some pictures of a classroom where the water was almost up to the sink. And so pretty much the entire school was destroyed. I was driving to work one day, listening to worship music, praying, and all of a sudden, it was just donate money to the Sumas Library. I believe that was not a Jen thought, that was a God thought.
A thought made possible thanks to the Scholastic Book Fair she had just held at Bernice Voss Beck Elementary School in Linden.
The kids were so excited because it had been so long since we've had that kind of event for them to enjoy.
Jen received 5,000 Scholastic dollars to spend on books and supplies as proceeds from the fair, which she decided to split with Sumas Elementary. So she wrote a note to Kathy, a woman she had never met before.
Kathy, I can't even imagine what you're going through with the loss of your library. We just had a book fair and would like to donate 2,500 Scholastic dollars to your library.
It totally took my breath away. I think the hair stood up on my arms, one of those chills, like, oh my gosh.
This is the right thing to do. There was no question for me.
That money went a long way. I mean, I was able to buy hundreds and hundreds of books. So when they give me the okay, those books are the first ones to go on the shelves.
A simple act of kindness that forever bonded these two librarians.
I have put a gift plate in every single donated book. If I know the person that gave it to our library, their name is in that book as a thank you.
We came from this dark place where we had this flooding, but look at what we were able to do as a community.
The generosity that everybody has shown, there's no way to thank everybody enough for what they've done.
I mean, Librarian saved the world. And now with us is Kathy Brockema, Sumas Elementary Librarian. Kathy, I know looking at those images of your beloved library broke your heart, but what did it feel like to have all of these people come together right afterwards to help you, including a complete stranger?
Yeah. There were a lot of strangers that were there helping clean up. And the part that made me feel so grateful was they were giving up their time when their own homes were underwater waiting for their cleanup.
That's incredible.
They took care of the school before they took care of their own homes.
I love the woman we featured in the piece. Her name was Jen, and said she said she got. Did you ever get a chance to say hi to her?
I've never met her, and she's probably only 15 miles away.
Well, she's actually closer than 15 miles away right now. Hey, Jen, you want to come say hello? Come on over.
Yes.
Hi, it's so nice to meet you. You made such a difference in our lives. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
What a moment that was, Jen, when you said you were listening to worship music driving along, and then it just came to you.
Yeah, I really think of that as a God thought, not a Jen thought.
Yeah.
I loved that beautiful sentence in that because but you know what? You can have a thought that feels like a God thought, and then there's action.
Yeah.
What did your kids think when they knew they were helping this incredible librarian and all these kids get the books they deserve?
Well, I'll tell you, I didn't think anything of it. I felt like it was the right thing to do. And so I didn't tell the kids to start with until Scholastic contacted me and they asked, what was the reaction of the kiddos? And so then I told each class separately, and most of them broke out in applause. One student literally leaned forward in her seat and said, are we going to help them? Are we going to help them?
Well, we have a couple of books for you.
We sure do.
Kathy,
this is for you, and will you just read, it's Chicken Little and the Big Bad Wolf. Will you read the dedication on the first page?
This book is dedicated to Kathy Brockema, Sumas Elementary Librarian. As your school reopens in its brand new building, Scholastic would like to help fill your library shelves. They'll be donating $10,000 worth of books in addition to 10,000 Scholastic dollars for your school community to use towards supplies and even more books. Oh my goodness.
What do you think? What do you think?
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Scholastic.
Jen?
Yeah.
We have a dedication for you, too. Would you
I
like
love
to
this
read
book,
yours?
the Cat Kid Comic Club.
I know, I'm like, oh, it's the new one.
Yes, it is.
The kids will be so excited about that. This book is dedicated to Jen Frombley, Bernice Vosbeck Elementary Librarian. In honor of the kindness you bestowed on your neighbors, Scholastic will also be donating $10,000 worth of books and 10,000 Scholastic dollars to your school community as well. Wow.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Full circle.
Oh my gosh,
Kathy-
books can change the world
They
and
certainly
librarians.
Yes, indeed. Jenna's mom's a librarian, as you know,
Yes.
and my mom's a librarian. Worked at the Library of Congress for 30 plus years.
I mean, we love librarians.
Library, yeah.
Well, we love y'all. Thank you guys
Thank
for
you,
coming to
thank
be with us.
you.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
too. Next up, we are spotlighting another very special librarian, fiercely devoted to her students, her community, and to share her love of reading.
Before you even step foot inside of Horizons on the Hudson Magnet School in New Bern, New York,
Hi, guys. Bye.
you know something special is happening within its walls and something magical in its library.
What do you feel when you walk into your library?
Love. Love.
Michelle Wright Jump has been the school librarian for more than a decade, a job she calls a dream.
I absolutely love what I do. I love my kids. It just makes my day, just knowing that I'm touching their lives and that we have a connection.
The school is rich in diversity and culture, and for some, English is not their first language. With books in a dozen different languages, Mrs. Jump makes sure that her students feel valued and recognized in her library.
What does it feel like when you recommend a book to a child and they feel seen?
I think it affirms who they are. When a kid comes in and they like the book that I recommend, oh my goodness, it is the best feeling in the world, because I know that if that child's a reluctant reader, then I'm onto something.
And it opens up so many worlds.
It does. It does, like it did for me.
An immigrant herself, Mrs. Jump grew up in Jamaica with no access to a school library. Her parents prioritized literacy for her and her siblings, but she admits it wasn't love at first sight.
One holiday, you asked for a record player.
We were into music. We wanted to sing Michael Jackson and Karen Carpenter. And my parents brought us a set of encyclopedias. Encyclopedias! We wanted a record player. But it transformed our lives. Our house became like a hub for research for the whole community.
If reading is her first love, then her community is a close second. Mrs. Jump envisions her students making a difference in their hometown.
My dream is that one day when I'm old and gray, that I'll see them as president, as the business owner somewhere, making decisions in the community. And that's why we bring in community partners so that they can model for them.
Last year, Mrs. Jump was named the New York Library Association's Librarian of the Year, but her students love her more for her heart than her fancy title.
I think I met her like when I was in first grade. And then when I saw her, I was thinking in my head, oh my gosh, she's my favorite.
After I met Miss Jump, she encouraged me and inspired me to read more. It's so cool how she likes to focus on each and every one of us to make us be better.
Oh, that's so sweet.
There's not much Mrs. Jump won't do for her kids. She embraces their cultures, even painting the flags of her students' homelands on her nails.
How do they respond when they see their home country painted?
Sometimes they're distracted. But again, they feel affirmed. They know that where they're from is important, who they are is important. They'll be validated here.
Coming up, we'll visit a different kind of library where people are the open books. Right after this. Welcome back to The Boost. Our next story spotlights a program that gives new meaning to music education using reading, writing, and rap. It is the brainchild of two friends who see hip-hop as a way to keep kids engaged, and it is working.
We're gonna look through some music, y'all are gonna listen to it, you're gonna internalize it, we're gonna find words that we don't know, and we're gonna dig deep.
At Houston's Fleming Middle School, before anyone cracks a book in Miss Rogers' reading class, rule number 1 is listen.
I saw they was running, I said that I'm coming, just give me the torch, ayy. The weight of this heavy don't matter, I'm ready, I do it for sport.
While textbooks stay closed, the lessons taught in a brand new way, verse by verse.
You hear reading with a rapper the first time, as a teacher, a little skeptical.
Yeah, it was a little like, oh my gosh, what is this gonna look like? How is this gonna, impact the classroom?
LaKenya Rogers, one of the first teachers to feature the rap lessons in her classroom. Now she asks students to find similes, metaphors, and alliteration not in novels, but hidden in the lyrics of hip-hop.
As an educator, it's amazing. Anytime the light bulb goes off for a student and you find something that actually works, that's gonna help them learn and be better, readers and writers, of course, that makes you excited.
The idea, called Reading with a Rapper, was created by two friends, Jaron Small and Douglas Johnson, who wanted to help schools connect with students by tailoring a curriculum to the audience.
I think a lot of times school at a certain point, it just wasn't fun. So I think it started from there, like how can we change the feeling of what school is for the next generation?
The 2-month program remixes traditional lesson plans by partnering with local rappers. Each song helping teach crucial concepts like sentence structure, grammar, and figurative language, with a side of rap.
Reading would have been significantly more fun, I think.
And that's like the biggest thing that we hear all the time as we're going around to these different schools, whether it's parents or teachers. Man, I wish I had this when I was in school.
Looking at the words that we don't know, make an inference. We're gonna talk about what we don't know about these words.
Nationwide, Texas literacy rates rank near the bottom, 46 out of 50. From poor test scores to a lack of comprehension, experts say failure to grasp critical language skills early on can lead to a lifetime of limited opportunities.
And it's the foundation root of learning as human beings.
You can't do anything without
If you can't read and write, you can't do STEM. I can't give you financial literacy. I can't give you any derivative because you just simply can't understand it.
Helping tackle the root of the problem, the program's first signed artist, Buddy Rowe.
The torch is taking the information from the last generation and carving your own path. It's not a designation, but a destination.
The Houston area native dropped out of high school to chase a rap career, but found himself looking for more than parties and fame.
I wanted to have personal experiences with the people that are consuming my music.
It's never been just about the music for you.
No, I don't think I would have continued to do it if it was just about the music, if it wasn't about helping people or impacting people.
His biggest fans these days? Filling more classrooms than clubs, all learning from the lyrics he pours his heart and soul into, like students Jayla Lewis and Mel Jennings.
You can learn anything, but like in a different way. Like that's what Reading with a Rapper have taught me. Like it just don't have to be a text. You can learn it from an artist and how they write their music.
I learned about myself that I learned reading faster when I listen to music.
The impact already couldn't be more clear. The program says it's helped 100,000 students, has expanded to 7 states, and has big dreams to go international. Music to these founders' ears.
We see that if we make a school better, we make a community better. And if we make a community better, we're making the city better. If we can make our cities better, then we can make our country better. So for us, yeah, it is education, but ultimately it's like, how do we just make the human race just better?
You won't find the next summer page turner at this library, but you will hear a great story at the Human Library, where it's not about books, but people on loan. They're all volunteers from diverse backgrounds, and each one has a story to share. NBC's Matt Bradley has that story.
You've probably been told never to judge a book by its cover, but at the Human Library, it's the human experience that's on loan, and judging the books is part of the experience.
What do you call your book?
I'm the gay book in the Human Library.
Ben is also an open book. That's the idea. The Human Library lets quote-unquote readers check out human books, people, instead of paper.
What is it exactly? Describe the actual dynamics here.
You're greeted by a very nice librarian that's going to help you understand what the opportunity is all about. It's going to introduce you to our rules, which are very simple. We want the books back on time in the same condition. You can't take them home. And you have 30 minutes to sit down and ask any question you want about being bipolar or transgender or refugee or Muslim or a police officer or politician or growing up in the U.S. with an African-American background.
What happens next is a kind of choose-your-own adventure that probably sounds a lot like a conversation. Except here, there's no such thing as a stupid question.
So just being in conversation with somebody that they've never had the opportunity to talk to, it is inevitably transformative. It changes people's minds, it changes people's lives.
It all started more than 20 years ago in Denmark, the brainchild of Ronnie Abergel.
When you talk about this idea, this germ of an idea, where did it come from?
My idea was to put unpopular people on loan, to sort of say, hey, what if we put together some of the people that we're always kind of talking about behind their back or have an opinion on, but we really never sit down and take the time and get to know them.
Since 2000, human libraries have popped up across the globe, including in the US, lending out candid conversations just as tolerance is starting to look way overdue.
And we've stopped engaging with the people we think we disagree with. I think that's the dangerous part of what's happening to my fellow people over there, is that we've stopped, seeking that dialogue.
The novel idea challenging prejudice, one story at a time.
If you choose to, you can do things to improve your life.
It might sound like preaching to the choir. After all, everyone involved is a volunteer. But Abergel's libraries are mobile, bringing his books into institutions and companies.
We're reaching people beyond the congregation, no doubt about it. We're going into industries that have an image of being pale, male, and stale. But when we engage with them, they're really vibrant and energetic and open and ready to change.
The libraries create a safe space with the hope of turning fear into friendship and simply showing the power of sharing stories.
What society doesn't have groups that are exposed to stigma and stereotype? So we're not saying don't judge. Actually, we're saying come and unjudge.
Well, now you're about to meet an 8-year-old boy with the right stuff. He authored and illustrated his very own book, and with the help of local librarians, it can now be found on the library shelf. There's even a wait list.
Libraries are designed for checking books out, but 8-year-old Dylan Helbig recently proved you can check one in.
They thought I was kidding, but I wasn't.
He recently wrote his own book, filling an empty journal with 81 pages of words and illustrations featuring an exploding Christmas tree and a giant turkey.
It's called The Adventures of Dylan Helbig's Christmas by Dylan Helbig himself.
That's right, by Dylan himself. The story so good he felt it belonged on the shelves of the Ada Community Library in Idaho. So, ever so discreetly, he took the initiative.
And then I came in this aisle. This aisle. And then I put my book right here.
What were you afraid of?
The librarian catching me.
Were you afraid you might have been in trouble?
I haven't really thought about that part.
We didn't think about that consequence of that part yet.
When the librarians did find out, well, they threw some stickers on it and made it available to check out.
My first reaction was like, what? Really? Is that possible?
Like, you can do that?
You can do that?
At last check, the waitlist for Dylan's book was at 64, motivating the young author to get going on a sequel.
And it's called The Jacket Eating Closet, based on actual events.
A budding publishing empire thanks to a sneaky plan by Dylan himself.
Welcome back to The Boost. The Milwaukee Public Library is home to more than 2.5 million books, but it is their TikTok videos writing their next chapter. They are pop culture inspired from employees, and they're racking up millions of views.
From the outside, the Milwaukee Public Library might remind you of a bygone era. Built in the 1800s, the majestic building is home to more than 2.5 million books. But it's their TikTok videos that are writing their next chapter. Incredible videos made by employees to help catapult their library into the modern age.
We thought that it would be a new way to engage a new audience.
Immediately, the videos were a hit.
In our first month, I think we had 5 million views.
In the first month, you had 5 million views?
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. We make good videos, I guess. Ready.
Great videos, in fact, shot and edited on an iPhone by library data analyst Derek Riley. Wait, let me stop you. You said free. You guys aren't spending any money on this?
No.
Not a dime.
We don't even have dedicated staff members. Every single person that works on TikTok has another full-time job at the library.
Like Evans Mikowski, the library's accountant.
You're like this.
And Fawn Simpson-Fuchs, a library volunteer coordinator. For Fawn, it's a bit of a family affair.
So not only are you working on these videos, have appeared in these videos, your daughter's in the videos.
Right. My dogs are also in
Your dogs do?
Yeah.
So everybody.
Yes.
Is there anything off limits?
Right. No, probably not.
So opening the whole life.
Anything for the library.
Ready.
Pitching, planning, and producing the videos is no small feat. But the response is the reward when they get to read the touching comments that roll in.
The public libraries were my safe place growing up in Milwaukee. Thank you for being there for me. Another commenter said, this made me cry thinking about my small rural town librarian handing me the books about being gay after I rode my bike there when I was 13. Thank you. What's it like to get that feedback?
Teared up reading the comments on that video. We get a lot of great comments, people saying they want to fly to Milwaukee just to visit our library, they want to move here, they want to work at this library. The video made them want to be a librarian, it made them sign up for a library card.
More than 80 videos later, the once imposing building feels welcoming, inviting you behind the scenes, transforming the halls into a roller rink, and they're taking their popularity in stride.
See what she can do to minimize the press.
I mean, I'm not joking. You have become recognizable in Milwaukee because of the work you've done at the library.
You could absolutely say that.
How does it feel?
It feels incredible. It's wonderful being able to walk down the street and, you know, people will call me out and people will say, hey, I've seen you on TikTok before. It's a pleasure being able to talk to them then about what we do at the library.
Attention that couldn't come at a better time.
Were you guys worried about what life would look like at the library after the pandemic if people would actually come back through these doors?
Absolutely, and we continue to be worried about it. We have not reached the numbers of patrons entering buildings or checking materials out that we had in 2019. We're far from it.
Library funding across the country is in danger. Nationally, visits to libraries are down, and fewer books are being checked out, though registered digital users are on the rise. With that in mind, Milwaukee's library is using their newfound fame to give old books a new cover.
I think that's one way, though, that TikTok has helped us because we are able to highlight those library resources that you don't even need to leave your house for.
The latest trend in cyberspace, online traffic driving readers back to the printed word.
Coming up, need a smile? Do not miss the latest viral video we have to share for you right after this. the Boost, we have one more video that will brighten your day. Take a look. It was a big day for a Toronto teen and his family. They sat down at the computer to find out which colleges Tenaya was accepted to. We're talking about some of the best schools in the United States. We're talking about Yale, Dartmouth. Okay, at first things were not going well. A couple of rejections, a couple of wait lists until finally his dream came true.
I'm waitlisted at Princeton. Waitlisted. There we go.
Where did he get into?
He got into Harvard. Okay.
That was like my reaction.
Harvard. We don't know who was more excited, Tenaya or his family. By the way, Tenaya also got accepted into Brown and Penn.
Oh, wow.
So he's got some tough choices to make.
Man.
But how about a wait list
That is
first?
amazing.
And then a Harvard yes.
And he's working Harvard Princeton already.
Very cool. We hope we were able to start your day off with a little positivity. We want to see you right here tomorrow with more of The Boost on Today All Day.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
Yes, totally. That was like the light bulb moment. I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. It was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world.
When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it? Hello and welcome to She Made It, where we celebrate the female founders who are risking it all and building one-of-a-kind brands. For the next half hour, our She Made It Strong Women edition will highlight some dynamic women who have triumphed against the odds and climbed to the top to lead successful businesses. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list featuring small businesses I've had my eye on. Trust me, we've got something for everyone you're going to want to shop and support. So let's get started. First up, I want to introduce you to Ruggable founder Geneva Bell. It all started when her dog gave her the light bulb idea she needed to launch her popular rug company.
You have to give life time, a little bit of time. Not everything happens instantly.
Throughout her career, Geneva Bell has had the rug pulled out from under her feet once or twice, but it hasn't tripped her up yet. So tell us a little bit about how you got here.
First, I was in product development and marketing, and I did really well, but then that company was sold and everything changed. And that's kind of what the lack of control in that whole process is what sparked my entrepreneurial spirit.
In her 20s, Geneva launched a fragrance line, but after 5 years and a $35,000 small business loan, the business folded.
So I got my real estate license and got a job in selling high-rise condos. But within 3 months of getting a job, the market softened and we were headed towards the 2008 market crash. I actually moved back to Los Angeles and I got a full-time job, and it wasn't a great job. You don't have a good resume when you've dabbled around a lot of different things. No one wants to hire someone who looks like they want to own their own company.
But in 2008, all the threads seemed to come together. Take me back to the day that this idea came about.
So I was working full-time, and I had a long day, and there's a lot of traffic in LA, so it was a particularly long drive home, and I came home, and my dog Bambi had an accident on my rug. And that's when I thought to myself, I need to come up with a two-piece rug system so that you could take the cover off and wash it in your home washing machine and have it be as easy to wash as your comforter and towels.
So there was nothing on the market at the time like that?
It just so happened that we searched online and we looked everywhere and it didn't seem like this, idea existed. And we were able to secure the patent within about 3 to 4 years.
Tell me about your first prototype. How did that come about?
Well, I just went to the fabric store and I bought fabric off the shelf and I bought some Velcro and I got a yoga mat and I just tried to create a perimeter border of Velcro.
After developing the design into a real product, Geneva officially launched Ruggable in 2017.
They're rugs that are created with 2 pieces. You have the top decorative part that looks like the rug, but that attaches holistically to an underlying rug pad that is non-slip. But you could basically strip the top off and it just turns into like a blanket and you put it in your home washing machine.
Today, Ruggable carries everything from doormats, runners, and area rugs in thousands of designs and multiple textures and shapes. The company has also gone global, expanding into the UK, Australia, and more. I'm sure there were a lot of tears through all of those failures that you've discussed. Do you ever take a moment and say, wow, I can't believe I did this?
I do, and sometimes I even just try to cry, but I can't cry anymore because I cried so much in the process of trying to make it happen. I think I don't have any tears left.
What would be your best advice from everything you learned?
You know, I think we're all gonna get stuck from time to time, and sometimes even just time and taking a little bit of a break. I think it's okay to have moments when you just give up for a few days and just rest. And sometimes the breakthroughs are in those breaks.
I so believe that. Like your rugs, you just have to wash yourself off and start over.
Exactly.
I use this brand all around my house, and Ruggable is continuing to innovate in the home category, expanding into bath mats, a nursery collection, and a collaboration with fashion icon Iris Apfel. And the best thing about these rugs, of course, well, they're machine washable. How cool is that? Next up, we've got a yummy one for you. This founder baked up her Better For You cookie dough company during the pandemic, and when she faced rejection, well, she turned it into a sweet success.
You can build a lot of excuses in entrepreneurship, but when you are sitting at home and everything has slowed down and the world has stopped, you almost start running out of those excuses and you're like, all right, let's do this.
Sabina Latta has always had a hunger for entrepreneurship. Tell us about your childhood, because I loved how those pieces of the puzzle play into what's going on now.
My parents immigrated here to the States in 1975. So, you know, my dad worked odd jobs, worked at a deli as a taxi driver, and then finally he kind of saved up enough to buy a gas station in Fort Worth, Texas. My sisters and I would like count change for customers, and every single time we went, we would get to pick 2 snacks. And I would always pick like the sweets, the candy, or, you know, anything like ice cream, dessert-wise. And I've had that sweet tooth since back then.
After college, Sabina worked at PepsiCo and for Diamond Foods. But as she got older, she became more health conscious.
I love this food world, but I don't know that I'm in the right part of it. But I ended up leaving because I was a little disheartened.
When COVID hit in 2020, Sabina started cooking up an idea. The silver linings of COVID is that there were so many female, especially entrepreneurs, who were able to cultivate and build businesses.
I was taking elderberry and zinc and vitamin C and my probiotics, honestly, all as kind of insurance for COVID. So the original concept was actually like a little mini cookie, but with all your multivitamins. And it kind of transformed over the summer to turning into cookie dough.
Sabina started recipe testing and dropping off samples on doorsteps of friends. And by October 2020, with $20,000 from her own savings, she launched Dough, a vegan gluten-free cookie dough that you can bake or eat straight from the jar.
So we've taken out the refined sugar, we've taken out the preservatives, we've taken out the animal byproducts, and then we've added in really healthy ingredients like flaxseed and zinc and elderberry. Where we didn't have a website, we literally took orders via direct message on Instagram, and then we had people Venmo $20 to get their cookie dough. It was almost this like culture that happens of people, you know, posting it on Instagram.
The first 3 product drops sold out. Sabina started raising outside funds to back the business and took a bite of her biggest opportunity yet, an appearance on Shark Tank.
I didn't want you to leave without a deal, but I also believed in you in the business.
All right, I'll take it.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Sabina did not walk away with a deal, and when the episode aired, some people on social media criticized her for her outfit.
For a lot of female entrepreneurs, you feel like I can't be taken seriously and be beautiful and be feminine and those things aren't exclusive of each other.
Early in my career, I would avoid anything feminine. I would stay away from earrings. I would hide my wedding ring. And you do a lot of these micro things early on. A hot pink suit is powerful and feminine.
As they say, success is sweet revenge. Dough says they made over $1 million in sales in their first year.
So, Sabina, for other women watching who have an idea, who are kind of stuck, what is your advice?
My advice is take the leap. If you think about what's the worst thing that could happen, it's really not that bad.
I'm doing everything I can to not eat the set. Well, when our She Made It segment aired last year, Sabina told us dough saw their biggest sales day of the year. And recently, the brand has expanded from cookie dough to donuts, launching their own line of vegan and gluten-free glazed donuts. Yum. You can also find their yummy sweets in over 1,200 stores, including Target, Whole Foods, and now Sprouts. Well, coming up, I've got another She Made It treat for you, plus an entrepreneur who built a multi-million-dollar company from the bathroom. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our She Made It Strong Women edition. Coolhaus founder Natasha Case gave us the scoop on how she started her frozen dessert company over 10 years ago. And it all began with a sweet love story.
Full disclosure, this was my dinner. I had 2 ice cream sandwiches for dinner.
Jill, it's a complete meal.
Natasha Case is living the sweet life. She and her wife, Freya Estreller, are the co-founders of Coolhaus, a frozen dessert company serving up premium ice cream pints and novelties, an idea inspired by Natasha's time in architecture school.
The light bulb moment was one of my professors criticized this model I had made. He said, what you made looks like a layer cake. So that night I went home and baked it as a cake. And I was like, I'm hooked on this idea. Everyone wants to congregate around food and it's memorable and it's fun.
You taking sort of a slight to your work and turning it around is really such a valuable lesson.
So as part of this food meets architecture weird concept, which I was by then calling architecture, I started making ice cream sandwiches from scratch, and I met my co-founder, Freya Estreller.
The two started dating, and it wasn't long before the two fell in love over ice cream.
She said, what's the deal with these ice cream sandwiches? Because I brought one on the first date, but it totally melted. So she was like, you obviously need help.
Natasha and Freya researched the frozen dessert industry and found there were no brands out there that resonated with them.
I think as millennials, as women, as gay women, Freya as a woman of color, just like there was no stories there that were like, oh, that's what feels like authentic to us. So we thought, why not create the brand that we want to buy?
And so in 2009, they created Coolhaus, but the couple needed a way to sell their ice cream.
Let's reinvent the ice cream truck for our generation. We bought a $2,700 piece of, on Craigslist with no engine. So we thought, okay, what's the biggest event that the two of us can think of? Coachella Music Festival. But how are we going to get a truck with no engine to the desert? Well, we figured out that if we joined AAA Platinum, we got one free 200-mile tow. So the morning of Coachella, and they towed us to the desert, and the legend was born.
After their debut at Coachella, the co-founders began catering events and rolling out their ice cream into grocery stores.
That must have been really interesting for your relationship.
Yes.
You're growing a business, but then also, I can imagine there were so many laughs, but then also so many challenges.
We're selling ice cream, we're bringing people joy. So it was this also really romantic way to become so close, like driving an ice cream truck into the sunset,
But 4 years into their business, the couple's professional relationship hit a bump in the road, and Freya left the company.
We just started to like argue, and she wrote to our angel investors, like, I can't work for or with Natasha, send. And I just knew that was the end. We stayed together, and she's still my mentor and toughest critic and biggest champion.
Now married to Freya with 2 kids, Natasha is leading the company on her own. She's committed to using her ice cream platform to give back.
I never really thought about Coolhaus as like just ice cream. It can be a canvas for like, you know, what we can stand for to help make the world a better place. We did this flavor for Pride, for example, enjoyment for all. And we gave back to the Okra Project, which delivers nutritious meals to Black trans community in New York.
Coolhaus is also doing good for the planet, recently debuting their animal-free dairy ice cream. Today, Coolhaus has sold close to 20 million ice cream sandwiches and can be found at thousands of stores worldwide.
Do you ever take a moment to just say we started in the back of a truck with no engine and now we're in 6,000 retailers?
Think about being a kid, and like if I thought of, oh, I could be an ice cream lady and I could do all that, like that's pretty cool.
And LA folks, you are in for a treat. This month, Coolhaus is launching their horchata ice cream sandwiches in Costco stores in the Los Angeles area. And Natasha says this summer, Coolhaus is coming up with more exciting things to take ice cream to the next level of awesome. I love that. And I love this next one. It's proof that life-changing ideas can really be born anywhere. Poo-Pourri founder and CEO Susie Batiste went from tough times to being named one of America's self-made millionaires. And that sure doesn't stink.
I had worked with oils. It'd been my hobby for years. I was the closet hippie, you know, and I just started researching and playing, kind of going, what oils would cover odor?
Susie Batiste's Before You Go toilet spray, called Poo-Pourri, masks bathroom odor. The name is genius.
I had everybody trying to come up with names, and my sister-in-law called, and she goes, Poo-Pourri. I go, no, Poo-Pourri, like Poo-Pourri. It just clicked.
Batiste says the idea started with her ex-husband. You must be very close with your ex-husband because he is the inspiration to Poo-Pourri.
He is.
Because he pooped a lot.
Grateful for him, that horrible diet. We went to a dinner party, and someone said, something about bathroom odor, can it be trapped? And I literally felt like a zing up my arm, and I went, I work with oils, I can do that.
Batiste worked on the natural formula for 9 months. So your husband would poop, you said, 3 times a day.
Oh yeah, thank goodness. And one day my husband walked out of the bathroom, and he goes, oh my God, we're gonna be millionaires. I said, what do you mean? He goes, do you realize what you've done? Like, you've taken the smell out of crap, we'll say. And I'm like, what do you mean, it works? He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh.
With $25,000 in savings, Batiste sold her first bottle in 2007. Poo-Pourri made $1 million in that first year amidst the economic recession. The company has sold 65 million bottles to date. And this year, Batiste was featured on Forbes' Self-Made Women list. What was that like when you got the call or opened the page and saw that number?
I literally laid in my kitchen floor for 4 hours. I could cry right now, I'm sobbing.
I know.
It was breaking patterns of generational poverty. And just like the gratitude just comes bursting out of me, like, oh my God.
Batiste struggled in business for years. She filed for bankruptcy twice, at 19 when her bridal shop failed, and at 38 when her staffing startup ran out of money.
I was devastated. I lost the house, I lost the cars. It was brutally painful. I was embarrassed, I was ashamed, I lied to my kids, and I lost everything.
If you had to pinpoint the moment that was your lowest, but that you still had hope, what is your advice?
I thought money and success were gonna make me happy. I found happiness within myself. And then that's what you rebuild from.
Today, Batiste's Poo-Pourri company has become known for viral videos like how to poop at work.
Hold it in April. Oh, uh-oh.
And their most recent video, Want Your Poop to Smell Gourd?
What are you doing pooping in here? You better get your swipe right self back out there.
Oh, I'm good.
Batiste now gives back to budding female entrepreneurs, hosting grassroots meetups appropriately called She Made It. money now almost seems secondary to you, and really you've told me your mission is all about helping other women.
I'm a huge advocate of women being in business because we can actually change the world. Not because I want women to overtake the world, but I do want to see a balance, and I want to see a little more equality. And we have everything within us to make it happen.
She is just an all-around fabulous human being, and just last year, Poo-Pourri transformed into just Pourri, dropping an extensive line of non-toxic odor eliminators that go beyond the bathroom. Now you've got home Pourri, soul Pourri, for your shoes, car Pourri, pet Pourri, and more. All products are formulated with plant-based ingredients and sold in over 50,000 retail locations worldwide. Susie has also been helping amplify budding entrepreneurs with the launch of her online course, helping people turn their ideas into reality. Their first in-person meetup is happening this spring in Dallas, and there's already a wait list. All right, coming up in our She Made It Strong Women edition, we'll hear from a mom who is sharing her love of olive oil. Stick with us. Welcome back to our She Made It special, focused on the strong and fearless women leading their businesses to success. You're about to meet the entrepreneurs behind some creative and exciting companies that are making their mark on their industries. First up, meet Costarina founder Costarina Montaños.
Growing up, I spent every summer in the most beautiful place I know, my family's hometown in southern Greece called Koroni. My husband and I got married there in 2014, and now we visit with our 3 children so they too can experience the beauty and feel proud of their strong Greek heritage. Koroni also happens to be home to the most popular varietal of Greek olive oil called Koroneiki. After buying olive oil labeled extra virgin, I wondered why it tasted absolutely nothing like what I enjoyed in Greece. That led me to a labor of love, to bring high-quality, healthy EVU to the US. In 2019, I quit my day job to devote all my attention to Costarina. Not all olive oils are created equal. When harvested early and milled properly, olive oil can be an incredible source of potent antioxidants that have been shown to reduce the risk of chronic disease. Plus, it tastes incredible. At Costarina, we believe in clean, balanced eating and long family dinners. Olive oil truly is an ancient ingredient with modern superpowers.
And Costarina tells us that after our She Made It segment aired, Costarina saw one of their top-selling days online since their inception. In 2020, they curated a Today Show box, and get this, they had 1,200 orders in the first 15 minutes and ended up completely sold out of everything on their site. Woo! You can now find Costarina olive oil at all Whole Foods Market stores worldwide, including their new products that we have right here. So exciting. All right, now I'm going to introduce you to Elise Burns, founder of Elise Breen Design. She started her company when she was just 18 years old, all while going to law school. And now it is a multi-million-dollar business.
I started my floral-inspired goods company, Elise Breen Design, the first day I legally could, my 18th birthday, on Etsy. I've always been artistic, and as a kid, I enjoyed painting and making designs on my iPad. When I started taking my art and transforming it into functional products like stationery, stickers, greeting cards, and gift wrap, my business grew. Early on, I often woke up at 5 a.m. to drop off products at the post office on my way to class. My tiny college apartment processed thousands and thousands of orders. In 2018, I got a licensing deal which allowed my artwork to be stocked in Home Goods, World Market, and Hobby Lobby. I also started selling my products directly to retail stores, and now they're sold in over 3,000 local gift shops and boutiques. In 2020, when I started sharing videos on TikTok of my design process and what it takes to run a small business, I increased my sales 18 times. The day before I started my last year of law school, my business made its $1 millionth. Now, a week away from graduating Duke Law, I'm planning the opening of a storefront location in downtown Durham, North Carolina, where I plan to run the business full-time, law degree in hand.
Since our segment aired, Elise has graduated from law school and officially started working on the business full-time. In October, Elise opened up a flagship storefront called Mill & Meadow in Durham, North Carolina. The company has also introduced a dozen new product lines, including Apple Watch bands, claw clips, you gotta love the claw clip, reusable bags, and pillows. Always great to see people expanding. Well, there's still much more to come. Up next, I've got my She Made It list. 4 small businesses from 4 remarkable women. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our She Made It special. I'm so excited to share the stories of some extraordinary women and their companies on my She Made It list. All right, up first, founder Meredith Levesque started Mixie in her home kitchen in 2020 with the goal of making craft cocktail kits approachable, simple, and fun. So you can be the hero of happy hour. What started as a side hustle quickly grew during the pandemic with 5 main flavors and seasonal varieties. You can create craft cocktails at home. What a perfect idea. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? All right, next up, Gleam Eyewear. Founder Eva Lester is an online business owner, and she found herself staring at the computer screens most of the time. She found she had symptoms of computer vision syndrome and decided to do something about it. Eva designed a line of blue light blocking glasses and statement glasses. How good looking are these? Eva strives not only to create fashionable eyewear, but to also build a community of women that feel connected, empowered, and represented by her brand. Next up, Sister Jewelry. Designer Lisa Mower started designing 14 14-karat gold jewelry after the loss of her sister Ellen. Lisa started dreading her sister's should-have-been birthdays, so she set out to change it into something joyful and something meaningful. Lisa started to design jewelry named after women to celebrate their stories, and Sister Jewelry was born. How beautiful is the jewelry and how incredible is that story? And last up, Unoeth, which means One Ethiopia, was founded by Ziomara Rosatedla and her father, Donye. Their handmade leather handbags, totes, and backpacks are all crafted from their artisan partners in Ethiopia. After a trip to Ethiopia, Donye brought several leather goods home as gifts for the family. Ziomara would receive countless and daily compliments about the custom-made bags and designed several styles herself. Since its launch in February 2015, their line can be found in 75 boutiques nationwide and was even worn by Issa Rae on HBO's Insecure. How cool is that? Well, that is all for our She Made It Strong Women edition. Thanks for watching, and remember to shop all these small businesses. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or head over to today.com/shop. I'm Jill Martin, and of course, I'll see you next time.
Spring has sprung. You're cordially invited to join me, Elizabeth Heiskell, for an outdoor brunch in my hometown, Oxford, Mississippi. Honey, I've catered many brunches over the years, and let me tell you, I've learned a trick or two, and I'm gonna share them with you. From creating an event that's simple yet elevated, to building a menu that's easily plated. Pouring simple sips that will leave you feeling just fine. You don't have to go overboard to have a good time. These tips will make planning oh so fast and will have you making memories that will last.
So let's get to it. We've got a lot to do. Welcome to Mississippi. We're so excited to have you.
I love planning parties, and the beginning is when all of your creative juices are flowing. And this is one of my favorite ways to kind of rein everything in and start to really get a path that this party is gonna take. Whether you're a first-time hostess or someone that caters parties all the time, I'm telling you, the key is to keep it simple. Because if you keep it simple, there's less stress, your cost is gonna be lower, and that means it's gonna be 3 times the fun. I'm gonna start pulling things that really resonate with me. I've decided that I really wanna have this brunch on the porch. In the South, we absolutely love our porches. And so that's why I've decided to go ahead and have a big long table on the front, and that's where we're gonna have brunch. It's been a while since we've all gathered together. I think everyone's kind of been, hibernating in their homes during winter. The idea of them all sitting around this wonderful long table, I think it's gonna be really magical. I normally gravitate towards pink. I have beautiful pink plates, I have pink napkins, but I've used them before. So I am gonna go in a different colorway. So we have lots of blue. So I really think that I'm gonna go with blue. It's the color of the sky. It's like a robin egg blue. To me, it screams fresh and bright and fun. I love the combination of spring green and blue. There are a lot of ways that we can bring these colors in, and that may be with the glassware, or maybe it's with the plates, maybe it's with the napkins. I love flowers, and these hydrangeas are really speaking to me. On our porch, we even had a little nest that had tiny baby birds in it last year, and I really haven't been able to get over that. Maybe we can work birds into this some way. Nothing screams brunch like eggs. We need to think of something that's gonna hold, that maybe even that we could reheat, like a frittata, or, oh, I know. Yes, we'll do a quiche, and then we can cook that ahead of time, and then it reheats beautifully. I like to do something that is a little bit heartier, maybe even with a pastry. I know. Okay, the sausage pinwheels. Let's think about those. So if we have the quiche, as my mom always said, well, what are you gonna have that's green on the plate? And I wanna remember that. So I'm gonna put this green here. Asparagus are in season right now, so that might be kind of fun. I feel like the salad is gonna look better on the plate. And then the dressing that's left over, we're gonna make that into a guest gift. So we can add that into something, maybe a baby mason jar with a lid, and then put that maybe at the door when they leave. No, because then they're gonna forget it and nobody's gonna remember it. Oh, okay, no, I think what we'll do is we're gonna put that on the table. Yes, honey, we are getting ready. We are almost there. Then we need to think about dessert, and spring is strawberries. And I'm thinking I'm just gonna buy a pound cake. We're gonna cheat that, and that's okay. Sometimes we need a little break. Oh, a sweet twist on the classic. Okay, I'm glad I cut that one out because that reminds me. We need to think about a cocktail. Honestly, I'm kind of tired of mimosas. I love them, don't get me wrong, but I want to do something that's a little bit unusual and fresh. Yes, so lemons. So we'll do lemons instead of oranges, and we're gonna do my lemon sparkler. Still, we're gonna get those bubbles, that same festive feel, but just a little different takes. Okay, I'm really loving the way that this is looking. I think our menu is perfect. Lots that we can do ahead of time. We've committed to the blue and the spring green. So now that we've got this, another way that I get inspired is going to the fabric store. You can get a great deal on remnant fabric pieces, and then I'll use that for the table runner. That way you're not committed to spending a lot of money on a tablecloth that you may only use once. This one seems a little bit too busy to me. And then of course we love the birds. So I really do think that this is gonna be it. I absolutely love this. I just don't think that there's anything more spring-like than this runner. We're gonna come up with a schedule, and that will include everything from shopping to cooking, and then those final touches, the day of the party. We've drawn out our inspiration, and now we have a plan. So let's get to work. We've selected our runner, and we know it's gonna be the focal point. We need to make sure that it's pressed and ready to go. Once those are pressed, then we can pull out all of our plates, all of our glassware, and go ahead and find a spot in your home that you can leave all of this ready to go on the morning of the brunch. This is the perfect time to pull out those things that are special to you. For me, that's my silver strawberry baskets and colorful glasses. For things that you don't actually own, you can always borrow them from a friend. We know we're gonna give our vinaigrette as our guest gift. And this is the time when we have to decide, what are we gonna put that in? Let's go ahead and get those things ordered and ready. This is also the time to go ahead and make your cook list. A cook list is a perfect way to manage your time in the kitchen. I'm gonna put the sausage pinwheels at the beginning, and then it will lead all the way up to the day of the brunch. This is the point in time when you can go ahead and pull your vases out, get them washed, and make sure that they're ready for the flowers. But listen, don't think that you have to break the bank when dealing with flowers. The secret to making a store-bought bouquet amazing is to cut it open and then use individual flowers and group them according to their color. These little vases are also perfect because you don't have to do a lot to them. Just a few buds and you're finished. And coming up next, we're gonna work on our menu.
We've chosen a menu that is super simple. We're gonna start with sausage pinwheels, and then we have a beautiful quiche Lorraine, as well as a simple green salad with my versatile vinaigrette. And don't forget the pound cake with a little bourbon whipped cream and fresh spring strawberries. You know, you have to remember the whole goal of this brunch is to try to do as much as possible ahead of time. So we're gonna go ahead and start with the sausage pinwheels. We're gonna go ahead and put the puff pastry on our cutting board. So we just wanna flour our puff pastry just a little bit, just so that it doesn't stick to the roller. And I'm even gonna put a little bit of flour on my rolling pin. So we're gonna roll this out until it's just about the size of our rolling pin. And that's gonna be perfect. And now we're gonna take our sausage. So this is just breakfast sausage. It's not been cooked. And you know, I'm sorry, hands are sometimes your best tool. What you wanna do is just get a thin layer, and it needs to be even, so that when we do get ready to roll this, we don't have any spots that are too thick. So you wanna make sure that you're leaving a border. Really about an inch all the way around will be perfect. So now we're gonna sprinkle our cheese on top, and then a few green onions. Just a sprinkle is really about all you need. So we're gonna roll this up on the longest side, and what you wanna do is kind of roll and press. Roll and press. You wanna make sure that you're evenly rolling this, and then I'll just kind of smush these ends down here. And now, as you can see, we have our little seam here. Just take your fingers and press it. And so now we'll just wrap it in plastic wrap and stick it in the refrigerator. It's gonna chill overnight. And then right before our guests arrive tomorrow morning, we're gonna pull it out, we'll slice it, cook it, and everyone is going to love it. We're gonna go ahead and start on the quiche Lorraine. So we're gonna start with a purchased pie crust. And I'm not embarrassed about it or ashamed to admit it. We've got a lot of things to do to get ready for this party, and this is just a little time saver. We do want to flour our pie crust. So just give it a nice sprinkle, and then I'm also gonna sprinkle my rolling pin. And then we just wanna roll it out a bit. And so we will take our crust, we're gonna place it into our dish. So now you can see we have plenty of extra dough that's spilling over the side so that we can make a gorgeous ruffled edge. And you wanna make sure that you fold these edges under, not only because it's gonna be pretty, but also because it's gonna cook evenly. And now, if you'll take your two fingers and almost make a little V, and then you take your thumb here. And that's it. Look at how easy. I mean, oh my Lord, look at that. So it's very simple. It takes a little bit of time, but it's really gonna make the difference in the way this final quiche looks. And your guests will never guess that this crust was store-bought. But these are the little details that will make all the difference in this amazing brunch. And now we're gonna go ahead and add our bacon. Just know that with quiche, it's almost like a blank canvas. You know, there's hardly anything that you can't put in here that wouldn't be delicious. So if bacon is not your thing, I feel very sorry for you. Feel free to maybe add spinach or tomatoes. And now we'll add our cheese. And now it's time for the filling. We're just gonna crack one egg, and then we're gonna add our flour. So this recipe is a little bit different because we do add flour to the egg and whisk it very, very well. It helps to stabilize the custard, making it super light and very fluffy. So now that this is mixed, we can go ahead and add the rest of our eggs. So we want to mix this very, very well. And now we're going to go ahead and season this. So we're going to add a pinch of cayenne and 1/2 teaspoon of salt. And you know, normally we would say salt and pepper to taste. You really don't want to taste raw eggs. So that's why we're being really precise on this. And also, eggs really need to be seasoned well. And now that's been mixed in. And we're gonna add our cream. And there we are. Just a little cream. I mean, you know, there is nothing wrong with a little cheese, bacon, butter, and cream. And so now we are gonna use a whole nutmeg. If you don't have whole nutmeg or can't find it, you can certainly use the nutmeg that's already ground, but I do have to tell you, it's worth the effort. This step is pretty important in the final product and the way that it tastes. And now this is completely mixed in. We're gonna pour it right over our cheese and bacon mixture. We're gonna just mix up the bacon and the cheese a little bit. So we have 10 friends coming tomorrow, and I decided to go ahead and make 2 quiches just to make sure that everybody has enough. And then this is gonna go into a 350-degree oven until it's completely cooked. The great news is about a quiche is that it doesn't mind being reheated. The quality will be the exact same. The taste will be the exact same. What you're looking for is a beautiful golden crust, but then you have to make sure that the middle is set. You can even take a knife and insert it, and if it comes out clean, then you know you are ready to pull these quiches out. So we're gonna put these on the board to cool, and once they've cooled completely, we're gonna cover them before we put them in the refrigerator. And then tomorrow, before our guests arrive, we'll just have to reheat them. So now the quiche is done and it's in the refrigerator. So we can go ahead and make our vinaigrette. Obviously, we don't want to dress the salad this early because it would be a soggy mess, but we can make this vinaigrette ahead of time. So we're gonna start with apple cider vinegar, and there aren't many ingredients to this vinaigrette, but each one of them is very important. Now we will add our honey, and that's really gonna kind of offset the tartness of the apple cider vinegar. And then we have our garlic, and then Dijon. Most vinaigrette recipes that you see have the addition of some type of mustard. So we have 2 things that do not love each other. We have oil and we have vinegar. And I kind of consider the Dijon sort of it's like the marriage counselor between 2 people that don't get along. It's really gonna help bind the ingredients to make a smooth, velvety vinaigrette. Now we're gonna season with our pepper, and then we have our salt. Now, I do want to give this a nice whisk. Make sure that this is thoroughly mixed, and then we're gonna add our olive oil. You wanna make sure that you slowly drizzle the oil. Because we have so few ingredients in a vinaigrette, the technique really is important. This does take a minute, and you have to be patient, but this really will ensure that our vinaigrette is gonna be velvety and smooth and not broken. You know, I love to give a guest gift. And since I was making this vinaigrette anyway, it was a no-brainer. So we just doubled the recipe, and now we're gonna fill these little jars, tie them with a blue ribbon, of course, since that's the theme that we're working with for this spring brunch. I mean, are these not adorable? So now these are all done and ready for our guests. It's just a little way of letting them know that you're thankful that they came. And you know, when you get invited somewhere, your first question should be, well, what can I bring? As a guest, you also want to bring your hostess a gift. And I will tell you that one of my favorite things to bring to a hostess is maybe cinnamon rolls or muffins. I know that the hostess has been incredibly busy getting ready for the day, and it would be nice to have something for them to enjoy the next morning. So that's it for the savory part of this brunch. And next, we're moving on to dessert and drinks, my favorite part. And now it's time for my favorite part, dessert. We're making a pound cake with bourbon whipped cream and macerated strawberries. We're gonna start with the whipped cream. A chilled bowl really is the secret to making sure that your whipped cream whips up beautifully and fluffy. So we have our chilled bowl. We're gonna add our heavy cream. And then we have powdered sugar. And now we'll add our vanilla. And then we're gonna use a hand mixer. So we're gonna start slow and then gradually take the speed up. So as if heavy cream and sugar aren't enough, we're gonna add a little bit of bourbon to this. Just put a little bit in the whipped cream, a little bit in our mouth. Oh, that's good. We're gonna whip just a little bit more. We really wanna whip it till it's just a little bit under stiff peaks because we're gonna put this in the refrigerator and let it chill overnight. And then tomorrow, after the guests arrive and we're about to serve dessert, we'll pull it out of the refrigerator. We're gonna give it a good whisk and re-fluff it. So now we're gonna cover it and put it in the refrigerator until tomorrow. So now that the whipped cream is finished and in the refrigerator, we're gonna go ahead and start on our berries. I just think that there's hardly anything more perfect in spring than strawberries. And this is one of the easiest ways to prepare strawberries. We're just gonna remove the tops of the strawberries, add them to our bowl, and then we want to bring in our sugar. So we're just gonna give this a nice dusting of sugar. So you wanna make sure that you mix this well and that the sugar is evenly distributed over the strawberries. That way it's gonna make a really beautiful syrup that's gonna be fabulous when we get ready to top this pound cake. Okay, that looks beautiful. We'll go ahead and cover it. So the good news about these strawberries is that they really need to sit overnight in order to create that wonderful syrup, which works perfectly for our stress-free brunch because we can do it ahead. So now we've got these covered and they're gonna go in the refrigerator. We're dusting this store-bought pound cake with a little bit of powdered sugar, and that's gonna make it look even more homemade. We're trying to eliminate any steps for tomorrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and slice the pound cake. Now, I don't want it to dry out, so all I'm gonna do is make these slices and then cover the cake as well as the cake stand. And then tomorrow, all we have to do is take it off the stand and put it on a plate. That's so easy. And now we'll use our clear wrap to wrap the entire cake stand. And then we can put this aside and it's done until tomorrow. And now comes the fun part when we get to test our cocktail recipe. So this lemon sparkler is in my cookbook, Come On Over, and it's super simple. One of the things that you want to remember when making a cocktail for a party is that you really need to test it a day or two before, just to make sure that you have your measurements precise. There's nothing wrong with a little taste testing. So we're gonna start with lemon sorbet, and I love these melon ballers for this because you get just the right amount in the bottom of the glass. Now we're gonna add the limoncello. The key to a really good cocktail is making sure that your measurements are precise. So that's why we're gonna use a jigger for this. And now we'll top with champagne. Not everyone cares for alcohol, and when planning a party, you need to consider all of your guests and their needs. So we will leave one of these that we'll make into a mocktail. So instead of champagne, we're just gonna do a lemon seltzer that will be lovely. And the garnishes, they're really one way to elevate a simple cocktail like this. I love to finish it with a little bit of mint and maybe even a little lemon twist. And now for the very best part, the taste test. Oh, honey, that is absolutely perfect. Now that the menu's complete and the big day's almost here, we'll be back with a few finishing touches. The day is finally here, and I'm so excited to welcome my guest. We've done most everything ahead of time, so this isn't gonna be stressful. So let's go get the pinwheels. Now we just have to unroll them and then slice them. And then we take these and put them on our sheet pan. Once we finish these, we will brush it with an egg wash, which will help it to brown really evenly, and we'll go straight into our oven. So these will go in first since they're gonna take longer. The quiches aren't gonna take very long to reheat. So now we'll go ahead and get our quiches out and get those reheated. We wanna make sure that we really cover them well before they go in the oven. Otherwise, they're gonna continue to brown, and that is not what we want. Now we'll go ahead and pull our beautiful salad together. When you're dressing a salad, it's like the toothpaste in a tube. Once it's out, you cannot put it back in. So we're gonna start slowly. Now, the taste test. It's absolutely perfect. You wanna always be able to taste the lettuce. We have beautiful spring greens, and everybody wants to taste them. Now that the salad is made, we can go ahead and get our whipped cream. We wanna fluff it up a little bit. Do you see how the peaks are just falling over? That's the exact consistency that we want. These have got to stay chilled until right before we serve. We'll go ahead and pull our strawberries out. They've been sitting overnight. And so what we want to do is give them a nice stir. Oh, y'all, that syrup. Oh, there's the doorbell. That must be Annie. Hey, Annie, how are you?
Good.
Oh, it's so good to see you. And what'd you bring me?
Muffins.
Oh, my Lord, I'm so excited. I asked her to come over and help with a few last-minute details. So now it's just the flowers, and we are done.
Perfect.
Didn't these turn out cute?
I love them.
Oh, it's just looking so pretty. I just love it. It's party time, and I'm so excited.
Hello.
Oh, you're my first guest.
Oh my gosh, it's so
good
exciting.
to see you.
Thank you for having us.
Once your guests arrive, all you have to do is pull them out of the oven. And so we'll just top with a little bit of fresh basil, and that adds that pretty green. Does that not make all the difference? Okay, guys, come on, let's sit down. Come on out and take a seat anywhere that you like.
This is lovely.
This is gorgeous.
Your flowers are beautiful. Y'all got lucky.
So here we are. I hope y'all are hungry. This is my versatile vinaigrette recipe. We did them in these little jars for y'all to take home, so you'll have a little keepsake.
Oh,
that's
so
sweet.
sweet.
Isn't that sweet? And here is our quiche. Alicia, would you like me to serve you?
Yes.
That's really good.
You know, I just feel like we've all been kind of, huddled in our homes during winter, and now that the weather's nice, I just wanted to get all my friends together. I've been missing y'all.
So fun. Dude, who would you want to have brunch with if you could pick anybody?
You.
Me? Oh,
That was cute.
Okay, so I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for dessert. So beautiful strawberries and bourbon whipped cream.
Those look so good. I don't know the last time I had pound cake. This is so good.
Yeah, I know. And there's nothing wrong with a little bourbon in your whipped cream. I can't thank you all enough for coming. I am so grateful that y'all all came today to celebrate and to enjoy this wonderful spring brunch. You know, having a brunch doesn't have to be stressful. It can be easy and super fun, especially if you do things ahead, have a plan, and stick to it. Cheers, everyone! Cheers!
Good Tuesday morning. Donald Trump now just hours from being formally arrested and arraigned.
All eyes centered on a New York City courtroom. It's April 4th.
This is Today. Unprecedented. The former president and first to face criminal charges set to appear before a judge. The indictment against him expected to be unsealed, revealing the first details of the case. Security tight around the courthouse and Trump Tower as officials warn protesters to remain peaceful.
Control yourselves. New York City is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger.
Complete live coverage straight ahead. Round 2 this morning, tens of millions from Texas to Michigan on alert for even more severe storms. Some of the very same areas slammed by devastating tornadoes over the weekend. Al's got everything we need to know. Spy games, exclusive new details on that Chinese balloon that traveled across the United States earlier this year.
It had a propeller, it had a rudder, it had the ability to speed up and slow down.
The intelligence it gathered from sensitive military bases and sent back to Beijing before it was shot down, and what officials in China are saying about it overnight. Breaking overnight, a fugitive and one-time top aide to Maryland's governor on the run for nearly 3 weeks has died after a confrontation with FBI agents in Tennessee. We'll have the very latest. Those stories plus making space.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Artemis II crew.
Inside NASA's big reveal of the crew for its first manned flight to the moon in half a century.
This is an amazing time for humanity.
Our sit down with the 4 astronauts just named to the historic mission. And national champions.
Here's Hawkins.
UConn holds off San Diego State, completing an impressive run through one of the wildest tournaments ever.
And the Huskies have their dreams come true.
And one of the team's stars is getting ready to celebrate with us live today, Tuesday, April 4th, 2023.
From NBC News, this is Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Today. It's a Tuesday morning. Thanks for joining us. Can you hear them in Connecticut?
Oh.
they're cheering. It was kind of a blowout.
I mean, it really was.
Yeah.
UConn just rolled through this whole tournament. I mean, the story of the tournament is all these close buzzer beaters, but UConn never had any of those.
Yeah.
Always winning by double digits.
Wow.
So we'll talk to members of the team in just a few moments. But must start this morning with today's arraignment of former President Trump and a look at how this day is expected to play out.
All right. So here's what we're looking at right now. A live shot of Trump Tower just a few blocks away where he spent the night. And later on this morning, Trump will head about 4 miles downtown to the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse under a police escort and heavy Secret Service presence.
Mr. Trump will be met there by a member of the district attorney's office and informed he is under arrest pursuant to the indictment. This is an indictment that remains sealed at this hour. But NBC News is now reporting that Trump is facing roughly 30 counts related to document fraud.
He will then be processed under standard procedure that includes fingerprinting. It's still unknown at this hour if there will be a mugshot taken.
From there, he heads to the courtroom on the 15th floor, where at 2:15 this afternoon, the arraignment is set to begin. Could last between 15 and 30 minutes. A judge ruled late yesterday cameras will not be allowed in court for that proceeding.
And after all that, the former president will leave New York. He'll go back to his home in Florida, where he is scheduled to give a post-arraignment speech later tonight. We've got it all covered for you this morning, from the legal and political fallout to the security and the protest concerns. We are going to start with NBC's Garrett Hake, who's just outside the courthouse this morning. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hoda, good morning. The moment Donald Trump walks through the courthouse doors behind me this morning, he will make history. The first ever current or former president to face criminal charges, all while he is running for the White House for a third time. And while his legal fate may end up in the hands of a New York jury, his political future is in the hands of Republican voters, and they have shown no signs of abandoning him.
Today at this New York City courthouse, a turning point in American history. In a matter of hours, former President Donald Trump is expected to surrender to authorities who will place him under arrest and process him before the 45th president enters a courtroom to face New York State Judge Juan Merchan. Mr. Trump's attorneys say he will plead not guilty to the charges against him, facing some 30 document fraud-related counts, according to 2 sources familiar with the indictment, set to be unsealed today. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's investigation has centered around 2016 hush money payments made by former Trump fixer Michael Cohen to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to buy her silence about an alleged affair with Mr. Trump, which he denies. Cohen, the prosecution's star witness, calls attacks on his credibility irrelevant.
I'm not asking people to believe what I'm saying. Look at the evidence. Look at the documents that will be presented.
The former president left Palm Beach Monday, returning to New York, his plane landing at LaGuardia Airport, escorted by the NYPD and Secret Service to Trump Tower, where he waved to gathered supporters. With robust security around the courthouse, the New York mayor's message to potential protesters.
Control yourselves. New York City is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger.
President Biden weighing in on the city's security, but not on the case's specifics.
No, I have faith in the New York Police Department.
On social media, Mr. Trump, without evidence, has lashed out at Judge Merchan as Trump-hating, while blasting the Democratic DA as corrupt and his case as election interference. Overnight, Judge Merchan ruling in Mr. Trump's favor, agreeing to keep television cameras out of today's hearing, as his lawyers requested, but allowing them to set up in a hallway outside the courtroom. A group of still photographers will be allowed to take photos in the courtroom before the proceedings begin. With his legal fate out of his control, Mr. Trump and his advisors are trying to use the indictment to boost his prospects for 2024. He's expected to return to Florida later today, delivering a defiant primetime address to supporters from his Mar-a-Lago estate. Since the indictment, the Trump campaign says it has raised more than $7 million.
You're looking down the alley now between the DA's office and the courthouse, just part of the security footprint here downtown. You can see that alley where Mr. Trump is expected to arrive later today, completely closed off. About a block and a half the other direction, every square foot of sidewalk is taken up by reporters, some of them in a line to get into the courthouse, which stretches around the building behind it. What we don't see here this morning are protesters. None have arrived so far, but with a pro-Trump rally scheduled for later this morning, that is expected to change. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig leading us off. Thank you. Joined now by NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and our senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Ladies, good morning. It will be history today for Donald Trump. We're still waiting for this indictment, Laura, and until we see these charges, the nature of the charges, the legal theory, honestly, no one knows anything. Can we agree on that?
Yes, absolutely. We do know that we think there are at least more than 30 counts, but we don't know the exact parameters of those counts. We believe it has to do all with this falsification of business records. Remember, the paying of the hush money is not what's illegal under state law. What we believe they're after is how that got documented on the books of the Trump Organization, something you talked about at length with Joe Tacopina, the president's lawyers. We need to understand their theory for how you elevate what is normally a misdemeanor to a felony. That part we just don't know yet.
So that's one. When I talk about the legal theory, that's what we're talking about. How do you convert a business records misdemeanor to a more serious crime? There's also the question of whether this surrounds only this issue of so-called hush money with Stormy Daniels, or if there's any other conduct involved that may be revealed in an indictment.
Right. We know that the grand jury has heard testimony about another payment to another woman. Michael Cohen didn't actually make that payment. That came from the National Enquirer, but we don't know yet. Is that going to just be there to show a course of conduct, or is it an actual charge? Again, we have to see the actual papers.
Well, don't tell that to the people that Hallie
the Republicans,
because,
yeah.
I'm smiling, but it's true. It's like everyone's weighing in as though we know the strength of this case. We don't yet know the strength of this case for good, bad, or indifferent.
And what's so interesting to me is when I talk with these Republicans, so many of them give cover support to Donald Trump, even though that detail is still TBD. But as one top Republican operative put it to me recently, yesterday actually, short-term gain for Donald Trump, that is what we're seeing in the polling numbers. That's what we're seeing as he goes out there and talks about being, in his view, politically persecuted. Long-term pain. And by that, I mean this. This is helping him clearly with this base. Look at the optics today, Savannah. We're going to see him go down, as you laid out. We're going to see him go down Lower Manhattan. We're going to see him get, appear in court at least briefly in the hallway, even if only for a couple of seconds. This is unprecedented, and he will use that to motivate his base. But you know what? He needs more than his base to succeed in a general election. So far, nobody has come after him on this, but I say give it 6 months, and let's see if his Republican rivals in this primary continue to give him that cover.
Well, Lindsey Graham, who is a Trump ally, said this all all but seals the nomination for him. No, his Republican rivals, people who are in the race against
Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence,
Nikki Haley,
yes.
They have not laid a glove on this issue. Asa Hutchinson, who got in the race, did actually say he thinks that Donald Trump should drop out based on the indictment. That separates him from most of the Republican field.
It does, but Asa Hutchinson is not seen as somebody who is a front runner for the Republican nomination at this moment, right? You know what Lindsey Graham also said, that this unites the GOP in a way that he did not expect this year because of so many people coming around Donald Trump on this issue. Let's see about the other investigations against Donald Trump, if that changes the game. My sense from talking to Republicans is that it is not likely to, but I think the pressure of a campaign as we get closer and closer to Election Day, as the general election gets closer too, because remember, Donald Trump would need to pick up people beyond his base to win. Let's see how that plays.
My takeaway is there's a lot we don't know politically and legally, but today we'll provide some answers. Thank you both. And of course, NBC News will bring you live coverage of today's arraignment on many of these stations, and it will be streaming on NBC News Now.
Let's get to another major story. A new round of severe weather on the way for many of the same areas that were already hard hit over the weekend. Al's been busy tracking the storms, letting us know what we can expect. Hey, Mr. Roker.
Yeah, guys, we're really concerned about what's going to be happening over the next 48 hours. Right now, winter weather alerts for 7 million people, flood alerts for 3 million. We've got wind alerts for 26 million. And you can see on the satellite radar, we've already got snow firing up throughout parts of the plains where we're going to be looking at blizzard conditions, heavier showers and thunderstorms moving across the Great Lakes. Today, heavy snow, blizzard conditions from the Dakotas into Minnesota. Severe storms will be developing later this afternoon and this evening. 42 million people at risk for strong tornadoes, intense damaging winds, golf ball-sized hail. These are the areas we're most concerned about, from Dubuque to Quincy, from St. Louis, West Plains, Little Rock, down to Tyler, Texas. The greatest threat for these tornadoes, late afternoon into the evening, nocturnal tornadoes, twice as deadly. Tomorrow, these destructive storms move east. We've got winter weather still firing up. Severe weather risk will last throughout the entire day for this region. Buffalo, Detroit, Alpena, Chicago is right now in this area where we could see EF2 tornadoes or stronger. And this tornado threat will be from the morning through the evening. So we're going to be watching this. Champaign, Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland might even get added into this later on. Heavy rain. We're looking at hourly rates on Wednesday of up to 2 inches per hour. Could be flooding from Texas on into Louisiana. And then blizzard-like conditions, upwards of 30 inches of snow from northern Minnesota all the way into the Rockies. So again, we've got everything but the kitchen sink over the next 72 hours, guys, and we're going to continue to track it.
All right, Al, thank you. In the meantime, we're learning more about the Chinese spy balloon that traveled across the United States. NBC News first to report new details on the intelligence it was able to gather and send back to Beijing. NBC's Janice McAfee is on the story for us. Janice, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. It still isn't clear how much information China might have gathered, but U.S. officials tell NBC News that as the Chinese balloon flew over several U.S. military sites, it was collecting intelligence, despite efforts to block it from doing so.
This morning, new details about what that Chinese spy balloon was doing as it traveled over the U.S. in February. In exclusive reporting by NBC News, the airship China claims was just a weather balloon was able to gather intelligence passing over sensitive U.S. military sites. According to 2 current and 1 former senior official, the balloon was being maneuvered from China, even steered in a figure-8 pattern at times, and collected electronic signals detected from U.S. bases and weapon systems. Today in Beijing, a spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs rejected U.S. claims of spying, repeating that it was a civilian balloon. What is also now known is that the balloon was able to send back intelligence to China in real time.
As of right now, we're still doing an assessment of what exactly the intel was that China was able to gather.
National security officials said the U.S. did take measures to limit the balloon's ability to gather sensitive data from the time it took off from a launch site on China's Hainan Island until it was shot down on President Biden's orders.
Obviously, this was an intelligence gathering platform, which is why we took action.
Sources also say the balloon had a remote self-destruct mechanism, but it's unclear whether it failed or if China didn't use it.
In the fallout over the spy balloon, U.S.-China relations have hit a new low. There are no talks on any issue here. And now adding to the tension, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy meeting tomorrow in California with Tsai Ing-wen, the president of Taiwan, a summit that officials here in Beijing have called a provocation that's likely to trigger Chinese military drills around Taiwan as a response. Savannah?
Janice Mackey-Frayer in Beijing for us. Thank you, Janice.
7:15. Craig joins the table. Another story just breaking overnight, Craig.
Yeah, Hoda, Savannah, good morning. Good morning to you as well. A nationwide search for a fugitive and one-time top aide to the former governor of Maryland has ended in his death. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is here with the very latest on this one. Steph, good morning to you.
Hey, Craig, good morning. Roy McGrath was on the run for 3 weeks after failing to show up to federal court in Baltimore. Overnight, federal agents found him in Tennessee, leading to a standoff involving gunfire and resulting in McGrath's death, which the FBI is now investigating. Overnight, the 3-week manhunt for former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff ended with a fatal exchange of gunfire. The FBI finally catching up with Roy McGrath in Knoxville, Tennessee. According to both FBI officials and McGrath's attorney, as agents moved in, a shot was fired. Agents fired back. The FBI says McGrath sustained injury and was transported to the hospital. In a statement, the attorney saying the FBI has confirmed that Roy succumbed to the injuries inflicted earlier this evening. It is unclear if he died as a result of a self-inflicted wound or from an exchange of gunfire with the FBI. McGrath was facing federal charges including wire fraud and embezzlement related to alleged financial misdeeds as head of a Maryland state agency. On March 12th, the night before his trial, McGrath was supposed to have boarded a flight from Florida to Maryland, but was never seen again, resulting in a warrant being issued for his arrest by the FBI, something that surprised his own attorney at the time.
I know that these situations are very stressful. The uncertainty of going to trial can cause people to do things that we may not believe are appropriate.
The 53-year-old had been on the run for 21 days before the FBI agents tracked him down to the parking lot at a Gold's Gym in Knoxville, resulting in that fatal encounter. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan released a statement overnight saying he and his wife are, quote, deeply saddened by this tragic situation, adding they are praying for Mr. McGrath's family and loved ones.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us. Steph, thanks.
A plane carrying First Lady Jill Biden was forced to return to Denver yesterday after an aircraft issue during a flight to Michigan. The plane did land safely. Nobody was hurt. The First Lady was in Denver to highlight President Biden's economic policies. Her trip to Michigan has now been postponed until a later date.
All right, 18 minutes after the hour, just about what you got in the weather.
Well, guys, we want to remind everybody, because we've got such severe weather that's happening at night, nighttime tornadoes are twice as deadly. So you want to make sure you're asleep, you can't see the tornadoes. Ways to have a warning wake you up for your iPhone or iPad. You go to settings, notifications, government alerts. That will give you, when the National Weather Service issues a warning in your area. Same if you've got an Android, you go to settings, notifications, advanced settings, emergency alerts. Now, you can also download a Red Cross Tornado app. You download it from your app store. That will also. And if you know somebody in the warning area, call them or text them. Tell them to turn on their TV or to listen to their radios, because that's some of the ways you can get them to make sure they are weather alert. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
And that's your latest weather. Guys?
All right, Al, thank you. Coming up, the new kings of college basketball, UConn, taking the title after one of the wildest tournaments ever. And star Husky Jordan Hawkins up early, celebrating with us live. Hey, Jordan.
Or maybe he never went to bed.
Yeah.
And then just ahead, a new era of space exploration. NASA revealing the astronauts for the first American moon mission in half a century. And Tom Costello will share his conversation with that very excited crew. But first, this is Today on NBC.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
School district in Ohio moving to a 4-day school week.
So Jenna's going to give us a first-hand look at how it's going to work, what it will mean for teachers and families there, and the big question, could it lead other schools to try it out? Perhaps workplaces as well.
What do parents think? That's what I want to know.
Big question.
After your local news, weather, and these messages.
Tuesday morning, 4th of April, 2023. Okay, they are fired. Can't wait to get out there and say hello. You know, the weather's feeling a little bit warmer.
Yeah.
Great day in New York City.
I like how you stretch it out.
Oh, we're stretching it out so everybody gets a little FaceTime. Lots to get to in this half hour, starting with a pretty exciting end to March Madness overnight.
Yeah, after a tournament filled with upsets and buzzer beaters, it was those UConn Huskies who reigned supreme, capping off an impressive run with the school's 5th men's national championship.
We're going to talk to one of the Husky stars in just a second. But first, NBC's Sam Brock's got more on the game for us. Hey, Sam.
Hoda, good morning. Good morning, guys, from the Magnolia Hotel, where there has not been a lot of sleep overnight here. And the UConn team certainly knew going in they had a good team. They discovered they were dominant after winning every single game by double digits. And now the party continues for UConn fans, for the Spirit team, for Jonathan, the Husky as well, as UConn is proving that they are still one of the premier programs in college basketball.
The outcome was the coronation.
Hurley and the Huskies have their dreams come true.
Of a team that's been tearing through the NCAA tournament, the UConn Huskies hoisting the trophy and joyfully cutting down the nets. Celebrations also erupting back on UConn's campus overnight and turning into chaos, with fans climbing on buildings and trees and even taking down light poles and breaking windows. Back on the court, UConn's title hopes came within grasp when star guard Jordan Hawkins hit a clutch shot with only minutes remaining.
Here's Hawkins. That's huge.
Right as San Diego State was trying to claw back into the game.
Your three-pointer changed the entire momentum of that stretch. What were you thinking in that moment?
We need a shot and we need a basket. Coach threw something up for me, so I knew he trusted me to make the shot. So I hit it. So
ice in the veins.
Ice in the veins. Kobe Bean Bryant got entitled on me.
For this blend of star players and glue guys like junior Andre Jackson, they seem destined for greatness.
I think it's really going to inspire a lot of kids from where I'm from.
Jackson's brother telling me about the family first guard who always had big dreams.
We had a mini hoop in our living room. My mom hated it. We used to make a lot of noise, but I used to be Kemba Walker and he used to be Jeremy Lamb. So to be here and just watch him live out one of his dreams is just unbelievable.
Now, in front of the real Kemba Walker, the star player from UConn's last title in 2014, Jackson's dream becoming a reality.
Shoot, I'm wearing a UConn jersey and I'm Andre Jackson.
The team might have a dog as its mascot, Jonathan the Husky, but they were anything but underdogs.
You know what? We're UConn. We had the 4 national championships coming in, right? We've been striving for number 5. Now we got our own. Now we got our own.
The title ties them with Indiana and Duke for 4th most all time. Hurley's big brother Bobby knows a thing or two about March Madness. The iconic point guard won 2 rings with Duke.
You said this is one of your best moments in sports.
Yes.
Why?
Well, because of everything Dan and I have been together as brothers and in life, and to see him as hard as he's worked and as much as he's been through to get to this moment and to achieve this.
This morning, UConn with a victory for the history books.
And as long as we're talking about family connections, Jordan Hawkins' cousin is Angel Reese from LSU. So they both have rings now, guys. Jordan said that he is really looking forward to the next family barbecue. It's going to go down then. As far as the women's numbers, the ratings were epic. 9.9 million viewers tuned in. That is, by the way, more than double the last year, which was about 4.8 million. That was a record then. So really a watershed moment for women's hoops. And how about a big round of applause here for all of these Spirit Squad members who got up. I don't even know. I don't think they went to sleep overnight, to be honest with you. Craig, Savannah, and Hoda. So just an incredible vibe here in Houston.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Morning now.
Yeah. Way to go, guys.
Get a little hair of the dog.
There you go. All right. Speaking of standouts, you were just talking about him, Sam. UConn sophomore Jordan Hawkins with us. We're going to ask you if you spoke to your cousin Angel in a second. But boy, congratulations. What a night. What a game. Just tell us how it sat with you last night after you guys took it home.
Oh, man, it was a feeling I couldn't explain. I mean, growing up, you always dream about playing the championship game, but winning it is a whole different thing. It still hasn't hit me yet, but it's coming. It's coming to me, though, so, yeah.
Jordan, I mean, you guys didn't just win. You guys dominated, not just last night, but throughout the tournament, winning each game by an average of 20 points. Last night, at one point, you guys didn't let San Diego State score for about 11 minutes. What was it about this Huskies team that made it so special, so dominant?
Oh, man, I think it started with our defense. Our defense leads the way. I mean, if teams can't score and we score at a high rate, that's where the blowouts start to come from. So it starts with our defense, and our offense matches as good our defense is. So it's really dominant. We have a really dominant team, and we proved it the whole tournament.
What does it mean for UConn, which of course has a storied basketball history, but was sort of in the wilderness for a few years, but now this team brings it home again for the 5th time?
Yeah. I mean, it means everything. I remember me and Coach Hurley sitting on a Zoom during COVID, just saying how we can turn this program around, win a national championship, and now to be doing it, it's amazing. And I love this team. I love Coach Hurley to death. It was truly an amazing moment to do this with him.
Yeah, at the end of the game, I heard Coach Shelley say, "I'm like my fans. We're animals." I just loved his whole vibe. You know, something else so cool about you, what we just mentioned earlier, was that your cousin, Angel Reese, who made tons of headlines the other day for winning with LSU. You guys are cousins. You guys both brought home the rings. That's pretty special. Have you all communicated yet? And what does it mean for you to know that both of you guys took it home?
Yeah, she texted me after the game, said she was proud of me. We both said we need to go home right away for the cookout. I know it's going to be crazy. The whole family is going to be there. Man, it's truly amazing. I just remember just being in D.C. with her. We were just kids, just dreaming about this moment, and look at us now. I mean, 2 national championships and 1 family. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
hey, Jordan, who wins at a game of horse between you and your cousin?
I will win. I'm a way better shooter than her.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
We're waiting for that. Jordan, congratulations.
Congrats.
Get some
Good
sleep.
for you. Good for you.
By the way,
thank you so much.
You just alluded to this. I mean, UConn, one of the blue bloods of college basketball for some time, 5-0 in national championship games.
Pretty crazy.
Never lost. By the way, the aforementioned Dan Hurley, the head coach of that championship team, he's going to join us in the third hour.
Very cool.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
That's a
He's
legacy
smart.
there.
He's like, I'll sleep in a little bit, then I'll join you.
Also ahead here this morning, Harry Potter, the series on Pop Start. What we are learning about a new chapter in the works for the beloved characters.
But first, Houston, we have a crew. These are the 4 astronauts now set for a historic mission, a return to the moon, and Tom Costello was there for the big reveal. Hi, Tom.
Hi, guys. We are at Space Center Houston. A very big day for not only UConn, but NASA with the Artemis II crew announcement. You want to feel like an underachiever? Talk to these guys. I have the conversation. They're all great interviews coming up on Today.
We are back, 7:42 now, with our series, The New Space Race.
Oh, the excitement real high at NASA this morning after introducing the 4 astronauts who will orbit the moon for the first time in more than 50 years.
NBC's Tom Costello was there for the announcement. Joins us now from Houston. Tom, good morning. This could be